Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
I think I have malaria.
Malaria?
Yes, doctor. I've been having headache since last night, severe headache, and I'm having cold too. Doctor, please, can you prescribe or give me drug, malaria medicine that I use to sanama this malaria that I'm having? Please, doctor, do something.
Hold on. How do you know it's malaria? You see, there are several illnesses that have similar symptoms to malaria. A headache, body pain, or a fever do not necessarily indicate that it's malaria. It's important that you test before you treat. With the standard Q test kit, you can confirm if these symptoms really mean that you have malaria. Don't be a victim of misdiagnosis. Don't become a malaria addict. It may not be malaria. Test before you treat. Test with standard Q.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished pharmacists. Good morning, distinguished CEOs and MDs here present. Good morning, everybody. We will soon start. Apologies for starting behind schedule. But at this story, I want to tell all of us, and I want to see who will be the best judge for this case that I'm going to present. A couple, after living for 10 years together, decided to end the relationship, okay? And they agreed to die by jumping out from the floor they are living, 15 floors. And so the man and the wife stood by the balcony to jump out. That was the agreement. Just jump out and crash so that the relationship ends. So the man was supposed to jump first, and the moment he made the move, the wife took off. The man withdrew and noticed parachute come out. Hello? So the woman didn't really jump to die. She was prepared to leave. The husband wasn't protecting himself. If you are to judge whether these people will live together, what will you say after that event? They were not really ready to die, sir. I said the husband didn't jump, but the wife jumped, but she had a parachute. So with that, I want to welcome all of us to this event. This is the very first time we are having this biennial lecture series. It's the Maiden edition. And today, we're going to have a full-packed event, 4 items featuring the lecture itself, inauguration of our new BOT, awards and recognitions, and then fundraising for NAIP House project. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the arrival of the chairman of today's event, somebody I respect so much. Each time I meet with him, I learn one new thing. He is no other person other than Prince Julius Adelisi Adeliyi, OFR, MNI, DFOLD, Fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow of Pharmaceutical College, Fellow of Pharmaceutical Project College, Fellow National Academy of Pharmacy, former Minister of Health, founder, Julie Pharmacy PLC, chairman, MTN Foundation. This is a man who speaks, Prince, I don't know how many languages you speak, but I know how many. Are you sure? He speaks more than 7 languages. He is addressed as my Lord Pharmaceutical. You are welcome, sir. We have that was just to usher him in, because I saw him coming out from his vehicle. And therefore, his arrival signifies that we will start this event. So we will do the opening prayer. May I request all of us to be upstanding? We will go with the second stanza of the national anthem. If you open your program on page 12, you would see the national anthem. We will not sing it, we will read it. Let's go. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. Thank you very much. Now, I take it that with that, we've done the national anthem as well. So, Chairman, sir, do I have our permission to run? Thank you, sir. Yeah. So, I have recognized the chairman of today's event, but permit me to call his name again. It's a very sweet name for me. You need to hear him. Please, whenever he stands up to speak or sitting down to speak, once you see him carry the microphone, pay attention. Let's welcome once again today's chairman, Prince, my Lord Pharmaceutical, Julius Adelisi Adeli. You're welcome, sir. We have a very special guest of honor, our own amiable Dr. Dera Woshika, the chairman of Access Bank. I am aware she has asked Dr. Lulu Ojo to sit in for her. So we acknowledge her in absentia through you, sir. Thank you very much. I deliberately skipped to read the pharmacy anthem because there'll be a time for it. And so, when the time comes, I'll ask pharmacists here to stand up while we'll read the pharmacy anthem. Meanwhile, I want to welcome the chief host of today's event. So, let's welcome Professor Silu Sifo. He is somebody I call my professor, my president. He is the president, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. FPSN, FNFM, FPC Farm. Welcome, sir. Let's also welcome today's guest speaker, Mrs. Chizoma Okoli, Deputy Managing Director, Access Bank. Madam, you are welcome. Because we started late, there are dignitaries here. I will not miss this one. He gave me a special wine the last time I was in his house. And because of that, I will accord him I've been according him big respect. But today, I want to recognize here in our midst the MD CEO, Juhel Farmer, Dr. Ifeanyi Eric Okoye, who will today be appreciated for the numerous contributions he has made in the industry with our biggest award. Sir, You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, because we started late, I want to recognize each and every one of us seated here, the BOTs to be inaugurated, the various awardees. I will be recognizing you when we come to that point of recognition. We will take your citations and we will duly recognize you. But seated in our midst is also a representative of Pharmaceutical Society of Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Dr. Fulusi. He is here representing there is also a representative of the Director General of NAFDAC. Sir, thank you very much. The Chairman of Board of Fellows is here. I would have been defellowed if I missed to recognize him. Sir, let us welcome Pharmacist Chief Joel Adagazu. Sorry, sir. All right, I will run. Pardon my mistake, sir. And I am protected. So, no, I want to recognize all MD CEOs here seated. Please be upstanding for recognition. All MD CEOs of pharmaceutical companies here seated. Please be upstanding for recognition. If you are an MD, if you are a CEO of your company, please be upstanding for recognition. Can we welcome them, please? Thank you. We know that here present with us, we have chairmen of various interest groups and technical groups of the industry. We have PSM Kano State chairman here present. We have IPIN, very well represented. We have PSN Lagos here present. We have PMG man here present. We have NAPA here present. We have NAFDAC represented by Pharmacist Samson Fatoki, representing DG NAFDAC. We have PCN represented by Dr. Fulusi. We have NAIP Zonal Chairman. We have APIN fully represented. Please, we recognize all of you. We welcome you. We appreciate your presence. Permit me to announce the arrival of the Chairman of BOT of NAIP, Professor Lere Bale. You cannot just sneak in, sir. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to the podium the Chairman of NAIP for his welcome message. We will take further recognitions as we proceed. He is Pharmacist Ken, Honorable Fellow, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, National Chairman, NAIP. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our NAIP members. Good morning, the chairman of the day, our respected former Minister of Health, Prince Julius Adelisi Adeluyi. We consider this a very huge honor for you to be present here today. Thank you very much, sir. My president, Pharmacist Cyril Osifo, Thank you very much for your great commitment to everything we have done so far and the one we are about to do. You have always been very, very close to us. We appreciate that. And of course, to my great Indian communities, honestly, you people are very, very awesome. You are wonderful. We are not going to take your support for granted at all. You have been very, very wonderful in supporting whatever we are doing. Today, actually, is what I will call an audacious event. Audacious in the sense that for the first time, we are having a 4-in-1 program. This is the first edition of this biennial lecture series. You will agree with me that at the beginning of every year, we normally have our economic forum, where we take a very good look at the economy and take some decisive decisions. We have instituted this program as an opportunity for us to review the various economic outlook programs and then look at the takeaway and then decide whether we are complying or not. That is the whole essence of today's program. But of course, we cannot come here and talk about the economy without looking at other issues facing us. That is why we have brought in a very sound economic expert in the person of the Deputy Managing Director of Access Bank, my sister, Mrs. Chizoba Okoli, to come and help us look at the dwindling economy and, of course, offer us a roadmap where we are supposed to be going and what we are supposed to do. I want to assure you that after listening to Mrs. Chizoba Okoli, you are not going to be disappointed, honestly. Rather, you are going to be thrilled, especially hearing from a banking sector. You know what it means to rise to the position of Deputy Managing Director of Access Bank. So in terms of experience, I can tell you she has it in abundance. So let's listen to her. And at the end of the day, we are going to have a plenary session where we have assembled a team of experts, captains of industry, with our lead discussant here, the Managing Director of NAIP, Pharmacist Matthew Azoji. If you know him very, very well, you recognize his great endowment in terms of intelligence. We are going to listen to all of them today. And of course, you see over there, we have our BOT members, Board of Trustees. They were actually announced when I was taking over as the new National Chairman of NAIP, with Professor Lere Bale as the BOT Chair. So officially, we are going to inaugurate that BOT members today. And of course, the other very important program we are having today is to recognize some outstanding individuals who have played vital roles in the movement of the industrial pharmacies. And so we are going to give special awards, with the ultimate award being bestowed on one of the captains of industry today, the Icon of Pharmacy Award, to be bestowed on our dynamic Dr. Okoye Ifeanyi, the MD-CEO of Juhe Pharmaceutical. And of course, with other eminent personalities there to support us today. So it's going to be a very wonderful event. We have lost some time, and it's not my intention to actually add more losses to that time. My speech is already in the bulletin before you. I will just enjoy you to honestly sit down, enjoy the program. We have a lot today to give you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Can we appreciate the chairman of NAIP? The next item will be opening remark by the chairman of the occasion, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeliyi. Let's make welcome to Prince as he comes to the podium. In Igbo land, we will say Otroka, his elegance.
To God be the glory for the success of this occasion. I would like to congratulate the organizers. They themselves must be feeling quite satisfied with the result of their efforts. I thank you all for making pharmacy proud. I would like to start by recognizing the special guest of honor. Now I'm quite happy that the special guest of honor today is Dr. Obaloluwa Awoshika Ojo. I'm sure you can handle the shoes. I would also like to greet the national chairman of the NAIP, Ken. Ken, I see you trying to remain non-nervous. But you know, your fingers are doing this without your knowledge. Be not worried. It's a successful event, and it's another feather to your cap. I would like also to greet Professor Larry Bale, chairperson of the BOT. Professor Larry Bale has vision of Napoleonic proportions. If you see Larry standing up, he looks like Napoleon too. The man, Napoleon, was such a package of virility, never to be judged by his size. So you are the Vice Chancellor of the BSN. But you know, BSN is known as the Zaken School von Nederland. Here we call it BSN. But it's an international responsibility, and you're carrying it on. And I recognize you. I'd like to also recognize the guest speaker. The guest speaker for today is Chizoma Okoli, the Deputy Managing Director of this large bank. But seeing her, she looks so innocent. So please, when you go out, never judge anybody by what you see. She is loaded with experience and how to do things. When you listen to her, you'll see the difference. She's been saved from many challenging situations. That's why her name is Chizooma. God saves. May God continue to save you from future challenges as you climb the slippery ladder of banking. Now, this occasion would not occur if we didn't have a boss. That's why I'm putting him at the tail end of recognitions. And that is Professor Cyril Usifo, our president. Let's give him a round of applause. He has proved to be a thorough gentleman. And if you look at your book of Proverbs, I think it's chapter 15, verse 33, it says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. He does things with the fear of the Lord, and that's why already within a year, his tenure has been so blessed with achievements. I'm sure he would talk about those. Professor Usifo, we thank you for your commitment, and we ask God to continue to sustain your leadership such that your legacy will endure. This hall is full of, the thing about pharmacists is that every pharmacist is a big man, big woman. But then I can see India concentrated on one table. There are one or two, oh yeah, 2 tables, wow. No wonder that particular row of tables shines with gravity. We are very happy that the Indian community not only prospers here in Nigeria, but they participate in the development of the business of pharmacy. Don't worry, you're very welcome all the time, everywhere. And I say Asha to each and every one of you. But it's not only the Indians, though. We have heavyweights. We've just been told about Juhel. This Juhel man with your quizzical smile. We know that things are heavy there. And I want to congratulate you in advance. But that's one of several other things that will come your way by way of awards as the future unfolds. I greet you all pharmacists, wherever you are. I feel privileged to have been invited to be here. I know that it is my duty to put in everything that I can to make sure that pharmacy succeeds, not only at the wholesale national level, but at the retail individual level. Pharmacy will succeed. It is succeeding. Thanks be to God. Now, today, we've been told by the chairperson, national, that you're doing 4 things. He's mentioned it. One of them, of course, is fundraising. We shouldn't worry about that. Somehow, NAIP has got access as speaker, access as a special guest of honor. No doubt that NAIP has access to access. You know, in those days in school, you learned about pharmaceutical chemistry and its contents. And from there, you learn things like, if there is a solute and there's a solvent, you have the solution. Now, on this occasion, we pharmacists gathered here are the solute. Access Bank is the solvent. And therefore, there's a solution to our fundraising. I can see Chizoma is smiling. But really, we're also talking about dwindling economy. Nobody needs to be told that Nigeria's economy, even global economy, is getting more and more challenging. Whatever has a beginning will have an end. The Nigerian condition is very, very frustrating to those who want to be frustrated. And it is illustrated by the story of brain drain situations. You know, people run to Britain, run to wherever. And there was this young graduate from Nigeria. It took him 8 years to become a graduate for a 5-year course, thanks to strikes. And another 3 years, search for work. And in frustration, he says, I'm going to go join the brain drain. And he gets to UK to look for some job. He couldn't get a job until a friend says, well, you don't need to go back to Nigeria. I understand there's a vacancy at the zoo. So he goes to the zoo, presents his papers, and the people at the zoo said to him, no job. So he comes back next day on invitation, and they said to him, there is a job here, an opening, but you are going to be dressed like a monkey. And all you have to do is get dressed like a monkey. Visitors will come, throw bananas at you, you eat and entertain them. He felt insulted. But hunger came and he said, okay. Next morning, he was dressed like a monkey and bananas were being thrown, and he enjoyed it. He found that now it was quite fun, free banana. And he became so free about it that on one occasion, he was making younger. He was diving here, diving there, just to impress that crowd. And then he found himself accidentally hitting the next door, which flung open. What did he see? A lion that roared. I said, Mugbo. But the lion said, partingly, Farabale, Farabale. Don't worry, I'm also a Nigerian. But it sounds funny. It tells the tale of the dwindling economy. I'm sure that Chizoba would address the real proper statistics when time comes. But as for what next for the pharma industries in Nigeria, I'm only speaking more or less superficially. It's like a Quo Vadis question. Where do we go from here? Do not have the impression that pharmacists have been lazy. For a long time, pharmacists have worried about what is next, and they have done well. I'll give you a few instances. I like to keep documents. I have a document reporting the conference of the PSN in 1967. And on page 2, it worried about local production. And this argument led to the inclusion of pharmaceutical items in the federal government plan, the second national plan that was set for 1970-1974. And in that document, the idea of pharmaceutical industry development in Nigeria was raised. There is also the issue of the fact that, it's another example I'm giving to you. If you look at 1984, those of you who are now fellows of the Postgraduate College of Pharmacy, in 1984, there was a conference, the very first conference run by then. It was then known as the West African Pharmaceutical Federation. And we invited one of us, Dr. Frederick Adenika, to address the issue of the challenges of local industry in Nigeria. And he gave us a 26-page document, which I have for anybody who is interested. And I believe that even in 1986, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, as its 59th annual conference, decided that their theme would be towards self-sufficiency in pharmaceutical service via local production of drugs. So it's not new. It's not as if pharmacists have not been thinking about it. But sometimes the water can pass Gary. Sometimes the monkey is sweating, but the hair on his body doesn't let you see the water. Pharmacists are working hard, and we must beat our chest that we're trying our best in our peculiar circumstances. That's why the theme you have chosen today is a refreshing visit to this perennial problem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we have a reason, even in this difficulty, to be happy with ourselves. What do I mean? We now have the 2022 number 31 Pharmacy Council of Nigeria Establishment Act, which was signed on the 16th of August and gazetted on the 30th of August. So we can say we're happy with that. And happiness must be expressed, not presumed. It is this issue of happiness that led a gentleman called Mario Lanza to write a song of happiness in the year 1287. And the theme of that song was Gaudeamus igitur. Now it's time for us to rejoice. And that song has been so composed that so many centuries later, people who are graduating from secondary, tertiary schools, people who are celebrating things, especially in the Western world, would have in their document of celebration this song, Gaudeamus igitur. May we have, following this particular passage of the Act 2022, have cause to say to ourselves, Gaudeamus igitur. May we derive joy from the passage of this act. But you cannot have joy unless you use what you have to get what you want. And I say to you that it is time now for pharmacists to get used to the content of this new act, which is a repeal of the one of 2004, so that we can speak with authority on the contents, so that we can use it as a tool for us to defend our positions in all aspects of pharmaceutical practice. So the first is knowledge about this act and the use of it equitably. It is also very important for us to realize, why is it that the industry hasn't worked? Many attempts have been made. I'll just tell you one. BOT Pharmaceutical Industries Limited was established in Ojota there in the May of 1989. I represented the PSN on that occasion. We were full of hope because the minister was saying good things. The truth is that ministers, presidents, ceremonially positioned people can make a lot of promises, but the promises are just promises and nothing else. Only pharmacists can turn this into something actionable. BOT now, where is it? Whose fault? Whereas if you now juxtapose into that the fact that May and Baker came here in 1944. May and Baker then came to Ikeja in 1976 to open his factory, September 4th of 1976. I remember because, again, I'm an Ikejan, and I've been in Ikeja practicing pharmacy for 52 years. And I know that when they were having the formal opening, I was invited to cut one of the doors tapes. But the comparison I'm making is that whereas BOT started in 1989, and it's almost gone, May and Baker has been here since 1944. Mind you, it was also formed by 3 pharmacist chemists back in 1834. But it's been here since 1944, and it's going strong. Those of you who are old enough will also remember some of these things in the colonial days. People like Crown agents, people like John Holt, people like Major & Co., people like G.L. Morrison, Son and Jones, and Unilever. They went strong. But if it is an indigenous thing, it doesn't seem to last. Why? Even after this conference, I want you to discuss the strategies. We have to redefine the strategies for local manufacture. We have to redefine and reformulate the way to execute the appropriate measures. Gentlemen, I believe that the next thing I'm going to say to you may not be palatable, but there is more to pharmacy than pharmacists. Just like there is more to banking than bankers. There is more to law than lawyers. There is more to medicine than doctors. So, if we realize that that is so, we would no longer work in silos as a professional group. We would network with the kind of act we now have. And we will make sure that everything that is necessary to be done to actualize our vision is done by networking. I say to you also, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that we must have a positive mindset to the practice of this profession. No profession is easy. I'm saying, some of you are old enough, there was a program, a television program, called Bassi & Co. Many people here don't know about it. But in that program, somebody called Bassi says, To be a millionaire, think like a millionaire. To be a successful pharmacist, think like a successful pharmacist. When you are looking for something, you get it. If you want to sing, you will always find a song to sing. May our vision be translatable into actualization so that the younger set of pharmacists would be able to say to your generation that you made pharmacy better. Finally, I say to you that whatever needs to be done should be done. But whenever you are doing it, it is really the grace of God. Let us not, whatever your religion, the grace of God saves. If you look at the South African national anthem, the very first stanza of it was written by somebody, an African, called Enoch Mankenyi Santoga. So when South Africa became independent in 1994, it was the very first thing that recognized the black race there. What was that? The very first line was, Nkosi Kelele, Africa. Again, some of you may be old enough to know about Nkosi Kelele, Africa. And it means, God bless Africa. You know my prayer for pharmacy? Nkosi Kelele, pharmacy. Nkosi Kelele, Nigeria. Nkosi Kelele, NAIP. Again, I thank you for inviting me.
I think we can do better than that, actually. For that lecture, I told you, pay attention, you will learn one new thing. Thank you, Prince. While he was speaking, a former PSM president walked in. Permit me to recognize the presence of pharmacist Sir Tony Ahime, former PSM president. Sir, you're welcome. We're happy to have you in our midst. I want to also recognize the presence of a traditional ruler in our midst. It is cultural. It is important that we give him that recognition. I know he's one of the awardees. Incidentally, he's also my good friend, Pharmacists. His Royal Highness, Sir Alex Onyido. You are welcome, sir. I will do the detailed introduction when the time comes, sir. You're welcome.
So on the same note, we are recognizing the presence of pharmacist Chief Sam Obatuku, the MD of Mega Chem Industries Limited, who is ably represented by the chief accountant, because what we have to do today has to do with accounting. Mrs. Stella Maris Ezigwe, you're welcome, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, we want to call on the chief host, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Cyril Usufor, for his remarks. When he comes up, we'll be standing, every pharmacist in the hall will be standing for the pharmacy anthem before he delivers his speech. That is the right time for the pharmacy anthem. Can we have the pharmacy anthem?
A round of applause.
Let's recognize the president.
We pharmacists, we are proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Pharmacists, we are the drug making. We are the dispensing. We are the drug retailing. We are the just name it. We are the our society, born in 1927, growing rapidly from strength to strength each year, and gathering from all over planet Earth, and so
president, sir.
Thank you. Let's be seated. As men of honor, I welcome everyone to this beautiful day and for the beauty of opportunity we have to fraternize with one another. Our chairman, who comes fresh all the time whenever he addresses any gathering, fresh as a dew, rekindling the life of pharmacy and pharmacy practice. I'm confident that, having listened to him, a few persons who probably have the spirit of jack buying will think twice. When I was returning back after my PhD to Nigeria in 1992, many accused me of coming back when people were leaving the country. In fact, the professor who later became a deputy vice chancellor accused me frontally. And my answer was, if nothing else, this is my country. Though I had a job in Chicago, 1992, like my second set said, you would have picked that job, I wouldn't have been here. But you see, there is no other country like ours, east or west, home is home. At least I got that from our colleagues in Tampa 2 weeks ago. I was fortunate to have left there before the Hurricane Ian struck. But it's good to have men of wisdom reminding you of things that you need to do. A keynote address speaker, at least I learned that from our Baba, like I call him, our highly revered prince, that I now have access to Access Bank because I'm a pharmacist. I must say that Access Bank can be very supportive with our special guest of honor, our own Dr. Dere Awoshika, or who I would rather say, Dr. Dere Obalolu Oju Awoshika. She's been supportive for our conference in Jos, and we've been talking and discussing a lot. And I must tell you that when it was just 24 hours to the signing of the Pharmacists Act, one thing I learned in this job is not to talk much, but to walk, behave like the salt. A call came from Abuja. I need to get in touch with her because somebody didn't want to do something. And I called, and I'm proud to say that she picked up her phone call, called the person, and told the person to back out. This is pharmacy matter. My brother, chairman of NAIP, and I also want to specially recognize my national secretary, Prince Benga Falabi. I saw him. That's him over there. But when this prince sees our prince, there's a difference, isn't it so? And I want to just reveal that, our chairman praised our own wonderful and lovely Dr. Dere Awoshika. And many may not know that Dr. Dere Awoshika was the secretary, national secretary, when he was president of PSN. And they worked a great deal to make PSN great. Indeed, all our awardees, let me just mention my brother, Dr. Okoye, leading the awardees, and our highly revered traditional ruler, pharmacist Alexander Oyido, chairman and members of BOT. You can see Professor Larry Bale is always young. And when he comes on stage, be very, very attentive because the size does not define what comes out from that particular person. A wonderful Indian community family, our chairman of BOF, who have always been very supportive, and indeed my past president, Ikeja. Let me not go into other protocols so that we can redeem time. Our own prince have talked about the Pharmacists Act, and I hope we will study this act. It's not meant to be kept in a drawer. Study it. PSN with PCM will organize a stakeholders meeting to be able to dissect this act so that you and I will be properly informed of what it takes to operate and make this act functional. There are a lot of things to learn from there, and I'm confident in due course, in due time, we'll be able to do that. I want to use the opportunity to ask a question. Dwindling economy. I know we ask, what next for the pharmaceutical industry? I will attempt not to go into it so that our keynote address speaker, especially our Chizoma Okoli, I hope I got it right, would dissect this, and I pray that you take time to listen and take notes. One thing I've known as a professor of almost 20 years is that a good lecturer is also a good student. So I'm going to take notes because you never know what might happen from today. But I know that industries are passing through a lot of difficulties. Let me not forget that when I visited Kwara, I visited our colleague Baraj, and I went to his pharmaceutical industry, and I saw the beautiful things he was doing there and still doing. And I just hope government will come in to give further assistance so that medicine will be made available. Particularly, we're talking about local production of medicines. Those who are indigenous producers should be encouraged so that they'll be able to do quite a lot. I won't forget when we visited Emzo Pharmaceuticals, what they are doing in their new plant, and also Joel is doing quite a great deal. And I'm happy that we are making waves. Let's pray that we'll be able to make things better for our local industries. I will end by saying that our JOS conference is just around the corner, about 25 days from today. I hope I will see you there. And for those who have not bought tickets, ValueJet have just started a new train, and the airfares are cheaper compared to those of us who bought ARIC ticket. So make use of this opportunity, and let's come to JOS to discuss a few things, because we're talking about medicine security in Nigeria. We're expecting a lot of pharmacists to be there, and I hope I will meet you there. Lastly, I will end with what our chairman said. There's more to pharmacy than pharmacists. Let's actualize our vision by networking properly. Thank you, and God bless you.
No. Thank you very much, Paul, but we can do better than that. Let's appreciate him, the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go straight to taking product presentation by Star Site. Star Site is into generating clean energy for Africa and Africa's future, Africa's today and tomorrow. So let's have Pamela Debite for the presentation. Thank you.
So let's give Pamela a round of applause before.
Let's encourage her as she comes up.
And while she's coming up to the stage, we sincerely recognize the presence of pharmacist Ernest Okafor, the National Chairman of Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. At the same time, you are recognizing the presence of pharmacist Matthew Azoji, who is a plenary session speaker, who is MD, CEO of NAIP International Pharmaceuticals. So Matthew, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Pamela Adegbite, as introduced. Thank you very much for having us speak to you regarding renewable energy solutions in Nigeria. But before I proceed, I'd like to thank the chairman, Prince, for such a wonderful speech, and also the chairman of NAIP conference, the committee, the PSN president, and of course the esteemed pharmacists that we have here in the room. So we have very limited time. I'll just try to dive in as quickly as possible into who Starside is and our renewable energy solutions. Okay. All right. Okay, so Starside Energy. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, so while we fix this technical glitch, Starside Energy is a renewable energy company. We started operating in Nigeria in 2015. Right around the time when renewable energy was becoming a buzz in Nigeria. Of course, it was already a buzz outside of Nigeria, but we're trying to bring us Nigerians into the benefits of renewable energy. So we started in Nigeria in 2015 with just 3 sites, mostly focusing on the banking sector. After that, we moved into the C&I space in 2019. That's the commercial and industrial space where we're engaging with pharmacists and so on and so forth. So our solution is quite straightforward. We offer no upfront capital investment for our clients. So what that basically means is that for most of us sitting in this room, manufacturers who already are beginning to see the pinch or feel the pinch from the incessant increase in cost of diesel and, of course, the lack of grid power. So what we do in Starside is we bring the renewable energy solutions at our cost without you making any investment towards the ownership of the asset. Another benefit of our solution is that whatever solution you opt for, whether it's solar with batteries or solar with your existing power generating infrastructure, we offer at least up to 99% uptime. So we help you mitigate the risk of having to turn off or lose power, which of course affects the manufacturing process. We're in all 36 states of Nigeria. We have a regional team there. We have well over 550 sites, individual sites across Nigeria. We've been doing this for a long time. We have a project tenure, which ranges between 5 to 20 years, and we're one of the only certified Nigerian companies who can trade in carbon credits. So for all of us, or for some of us that are doing any research in renewable energy, we're beginning to see that you actually make money when you reduce the amount of carbon emissions. That's the amount of diesel you burn. So some of our track records till date. Like I mentioned earlier, I'll just go straight to the key ones. We are present in all 36 states of Nigeria from north to south. We have well over 550 sites ranging from 50 kilowatts to 1 megawatt capacity. Most of us in this room, again, some of us manufacturers, we use a lot of energy. So with a 1 megawatt roof-mounted or ground-mounted solar system, you can immediately begin to get the benefits of renewable energy. So we've installed well over 26 megawatts of solar power. We have our battery storage solutions as well. Battery is also something we're looking at. We're beginning to see that with batteries, we're getting even more savings. So our customers get more savings from the battery system. And one other key thing is what we're doing on local competence. So we're beginning to train more people on renewable energy in Nigeria. So we're developing the skill set in Nigeria, irrespective of people wanting to leave the country. But you'll be surprised how people are willing to learn and also develop manpower here in country. So one thing about renewable energy solutions is that it's extremely capital intensive. For those who have solar or solar batteries, you spend a lot of money. It's very capital intensive. But for Starside, we're heavily capitalized. We have companies like Helios Investment Partners. These are the companies who own the GasLink, InterSwitch, and a few other recognizable companies in Nigeria. And we are also between Helios and African Infrastructure Investment Managers, both entities have invested well over, about $100 million plus in the business. Very recently, we acquired another business, or we merged, with a business in South Africa, We've grown outside of Nigeria organically, so we're now currently in Ghana, we are in Kenya, and very recently in South Africa. So we're growing also outside of Nigeria, focusing on the commercial and industrial space. So let me summarize very quickly, and I'll just touch on a few points as well. So like I mentioned, we offer a robust service offering. So the service offering is really a function of what we are hoping to achieve on each of your factories. So say, for instance, your goal is to reduce your energy consumption, which is what generally everybody wants. We can offer you a solution that does that. So we will run the entire process from the audit, which most companies will charge. StarSite will do it free of charge. So we'll audit your factories, we'll propose solutions, and then, of course, share the benefit, the cost-benefit analysis with you, where you can immediately begin to see what solution will fit your portfolio and what kind of savings that you're opting for. Our projects are flexible in terms of contract tenure. I spoke about the fact that you make no investment towards the asset. We own the asset, we maintain, we operate, and we guarantee you uptime, we guarantee you the amount of savings in some cases, and so on and so forth. So our contract tenure could range between 5 to 20 years. I've mentioned the fact that we have no upfront investment. We also are very, very keen on adhering to country regulations. So depending on your capacity, we would also make sure we get you the right licenses to ensure that you don't have issues down the line. And we can also work with you on a staged approach. A good example is if you have a forecast to build your factories in a 5-year timeline, we can start you off with what you have today and then work with you as you continue to grow organically. Renewable energy solutions are extremely scalable, and they give you the offer. They allow you scale up or scale down, relocate, or do whatever you need to do on the assets that we've deployed to your site. But most importantly, from what we are seeing today as the cost of diesel is north of 750 naira a liter, which is almost alarming. We are beginning to see up to 30% savings on your monthly cost. So depending on what solutions you opt for, you can get up to 30% savings on a monthly basis just by deploying a renewable energy solution on your factories, on your sites. So that's StarSite in a nutshell. So if we have any questions, we're at the booth, just right at the back there. So we have a team of technical experts and sales experts also here, and we're ready to answer any questions, and hopefully we look forward to working with you on your factories. Thank you very much.
Thank you, StarSite, represented by Pamela. Thank you especially for saving some time for us. Let's appreciate StarSite once again. They're bringing energy solutions, clean energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to goodwill messages. We'll take the first tray and we'll break and go into the lecture proper, and then we'll take other goodwill messages. Let me bring to the podium the representative of Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Dr. Taiwo Felisi, for a goodwill message from the president. Let's encourage him to come forth. That's something I will tell about him after his speech.
The chairman of the occasion, my daddy and our daddy, Prince Julie Adelusi Adelui, were the presidents of Pharma Society of Nigeria, my professor, my lecturer, Professor Siri Osifo, our BOT chairman, Professor Larry Bale. Please permit me to stand on other existing protocols. The Registrar of Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Babasheu Ahmed, sends his greetings to the Nigerian Association of Nigerian Pharmacists and he would have been here, but an urgent issue came up in Abuja over there that he needed to attend to. He called me very late in the night yesterday and said he won't be able to make it, that I should send his apologies and greetings to the entire the entire members of the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists, and is wishing you all the best and fruitful deliberation in this occasion. Also, the director of the Lagos Zonal Office is currently on leave. Actually, he would have been here, Dr. Mrs. Ukamakokafo, but because she's on leave, that's why I have to be here. We want to greet everyone, especially the convener of this August program. The concept of biennial lecture is germane and laudable because we know that it's an opportunity to share mutual experiences that will enhance and promote our practices. And it will be wonderful and good that the industrial sector, as it has always done, should always strive to evolve, to beat the current economic situation that we have in our country. And we believe that very soon, hopefully, the industrial sector will eventually overcome the hurdles of the local production of the active pharmaceutical ingredients. Once again, our chairman has mentioned the act, which was recently signed to law, and we believe it will go a long way at promoting the industrial sector. The Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, from time to time, do sharpen the progress of regulatory mandate that has committed to it in regulating the manufacturing sector. And with that, we are poised to ensure we contribute our quota to the regulation of the industry. With this, we want to, on behalf of the registrar, we want to wish you fruitful deliberation on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Let's clap harder for Dr. Taiwo's Felicity. We were together in J Block in UNN. Thank you, Felicity. Let's welcome the representative of DG NAFDAC, my good friend, Pharmacist Samson Fatoke, for a good message. Let's encourage him, please, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
The chairman, anytime I have a opportunity to talk about him, I always say His Eminence, Prince Julius Adeluse. And the very first, the first pharmacist in Nigeria, number one pharmacist in Nigeria, Professor Cyril Osifo, the very special guest of honor, who today has been rechristened as Dr. Deri Obalulu Awoshika Ojo. The guest speaker, Mrs. Chizoba from Access Bank. Thank God we now have access to Access. The national chairman of NAIP and other dignitaries that are present here. Just like my brother from PCN, the DG NAFDAC, as at yesterday, planned to be here for this occasion, but due to some emergencies, there were some issues that came up just yesterday. She had to be absent, and so she sent her apologies, and I want the association to please kindly accept that apology. There is no other time to talk about this kind of topic we are looking at. Dwindling economy. What's next for the pharma industries in Nigeria? And I'm sure our guest speaker is going to do justice to this. In fact, I'm going to send a message to the office that the DJ should permit me to hang on for this lecture. I can't wait to hear it. Nigeria is facing a lot of challenges. We heard that from the chair. A lot of challenges. And in the regulatory sphere, we also acknowledge this fact. And that is why in recent times, especially the present administration in NAFDAC, a lot of policies have been formulated and skewed towards the local industry. You remember we have the 5+5 policy. Many of you have keyed into that. Remember the ceiling list that was released, the expanded ceiling list of products. You remember the 5-year exclusivity for pharmaceutical innovation that was also given the pharmaceutical industry. In fact, the recent proclamation of Nigeria as an ML3 status in the global benchmarking of the WHO also gives us a lot of our local industries opportunities to queue into the technology recipient for mRNA vaccines. A lot is going on, and as regulators, we feel you. And some of you are here. I can see some of the MDs of the company that we've interfaced. You really know that the current administration is doing a lot to ensure that the local industry thrives and survives. Even though solving the issues are multifaceted, we all know that. But from the regulatory perspective, we keep on doing what we have to do. We keep on interfacing, we keep on interacting, and as we have come to this August occasion, to this biennial lecture series, the DJ NAFDAC bids me tell you that she wishes you, happy deliberation, and that the door is open for the industry to continually engage with National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my good friend. Fatoke. Fatoke is in the Drug Research Evaluation Directorate of NAFDAC. Thank you for representing the DG very well. Next on the list will be the Indian community, the IPMIN chairman or founder, that's how we'll call him, a Nigerian Indian, Mr. Venke Vahes. While he comes up, I want to urge the guest speaker to get prepared. That will be the next item after this goodwill message. We'll come back to the goodwill messages afterwards. Thank you. Let's encourage him as he comes forward.
Our respected chairman of this occasion, who is a good friend of mine. We meet on several forums, and I greet you, sir. Distinguished pharmacists, captains of industry present here, my friends from IPMIN. First of all, let me thank the chairman of NAIP for inviting us, and we are very happy to be here with you and to associate with you and to work with you. Today, pharma industries is facing various threats from different forums, and it is high time association like NAIP should meet with the local manufacturers and come to some definite action so that we will be able to survive during this difficult period. Unless this is done, many of these local industries will may not survive at the rate at which things are going. So I plead the chairman and the members of this great organization to come together to discuss the issues on ground and then take some realistic steps so that the industry will survive and move forward. Once again, I bring greetings from all my members present here, and I wish a successful deliberation today. Thank you very much. God bless all of us.
Thank you, sir. We can encourage him more, we can applause him more, please. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for the team For the lecture, proper, with the team Dwindling Economy, what's next for the pharma industries in Nigeria, to be handled by Mr. Roosevelt Obonna, MD CEO Access Bank, ably represented by the Deputy MD South Access Bank, Mrs. Chizoma Okolie. Madam, we welcome you.
Let's give Mrs. Okolie a very big round of applause as she comes to the podium. Meanwhile, at this juncture, we recognize the presence of the Executive Secretary of the PMG Man, Mr. Frank Moneme. Mr. Frank, you're welcome. And also the Chairman of Lagos State PSN, Pharmacist Iyola Bolagade. We also recognize the presence of the ACPN National Secretary in the person of Pharmacist Ambrose Eze. Ambrose, you're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Chairman, Chief Julius Adebiyi, the President, Professor Cyril Usifo, and of course the Chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ken Unebu, and then the male Dr. Awushika, and every other distinguished guest here. Good morning. And all protocols observed, actually. So I'm very honored to be here today. You know, sitting down and listening to the chairman when he was speaking, I said to myself, I didn't know that, you know, pharmacists had a good sense of humor. And why do I say that? I have a law degree. I'm a lawyer by, I have a background of law. And you know, when you're in university, those that studied medicine, pharmacy, engineering, they're always perceived as nerds, very serious. And then listening to him speaking here today gives me a whole different view and perception of who pharmacists really are. I'm very delighted to be here, and I'm so proud of what you're doing. I listened to your anthem, and with a lot of pride, I almost got up. And the chairman said to me, "You're not a pharmacist." "You're not a pharmacist, sit down." And when I turned back, I saw my colleague standing, and I said to him, "Don't claim to be a pharmacist, sit down." What am I trying to say? I'm really proud of you. Thank you very much. So I'm privileged to stand before you at this special occasion as the keynote speaker. And I think that we're going to be deliberating on a subject that is very key to every industry, I would say, in Nigeria today. As a layman to your noble profession, the word pharmaceutical connotes chemists. And that is, you know, Chike's chemist shop, where we get over-the-counter medications and some groceries. About 30 years ago, this was how we used to see pharmacists. They were just merely chemists. We are sure that Chike is always in the shop because his bed is behind the shelf, and his entire life depends on the success of that shop. As I grew up, the word pharmaceutical began to appear like a very big fancy drugstore, bigger than Chike's chemist shop. And now as a banker, my view has broadened even more to include small, medium, and large companies within your industry. And we have supported with access to finance, and for which our lending decisions were based on the merits of the company. I now know better that pharmacy is not the Chike's little shop. that the word pharmaceutical is more than Chike's chemist or a fancy shop. It's an entire ecosystem made up of manufacturers, distributors, importers, retailers that make up an industry and drive our economy. So we're going to be looking at that industry today. But you know, because I'm a banker, we work with data. And so what I decided to do here today was to just run us through some of the stats from a global viewpoint. I would have preferred to present this in a slide, but I don't think that arrangement was made. So on the last minute, we discovered that I had to do it this way. But I'm going to try and make sure that you understand where I'm going to. So if you look at statistica.com and the evidence they have given talking about the value of pharmaceutical sectors worldwide, we'll look at the top 10 countries. I said the US is topping the list today with 2.7 billion in value of that industry. China is 840 billion. Sorry, US is 2.7 trillion. 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 China, 840 billion. Switzerland, 539 billion. The UK is 436, all these are in USD, billion. Germany, $413 billion. Japan, 375 billion. Denmark, 318. France, 232 billion. India, 166 billion. And then South Korea and Australia tie at 117 billion. The reason why I wanted to do this is so that we have an idea of what your industry is capable of becoming. But then, we are not top 10 in Nigeria, but I also decided to give you what statistics say the value of your industry is. It's $2.5 billion. And so the last country I mentioned here, Australia and South Korea, is 117 billion. And we are just 2.5 billion. But you know, because all this is said in USD terms, it may seem to us that it is huge. Because I'm sure some people are sitting down and multiplying it by whatever figure I wouldn't mention. By whatever figure I won't mention. And to you, it may seem, oh, this is really huge. But at $2.5 billion, for giant of Africa, it's really small. And then, of course, if you look at the top corporations, the value of China resources is $119.6 billion. Sinopharm Group is $102.7 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $93.8 billion. Pfizer, $81.2 billion. Roche, $72 billion. Nigeria, or Africa as it is, don't come near any of this. But that is not to say that we're not playing our own part in this industry. However, we should strive to be recognized globally. And when I start talking about what my belief is on the way to go in this industry, we'll talk about what we aspire to be. So these are just some statistics to show you the size of the industry, and what you're capable of becoming. So from the global data, you will note that Nigeria and indeed Africa is far from being a world player. However, this should be our aspiration as an association, country, and continent. You know, they say that Rome is not built in a day. And I believe that with the right mindset, people, defined framework, and government policy, we can see our country, corporations, and perhaps Chike's chemists as a global top contender sooner than we expect. To better put it in context, according to Augusto Pharmaceutical reports, Africa contributes just 1% to the global market share of this industry. And from the perspective of the half-full glass, we can see the huge opportunities this number presents to us all. This is not to say that the industry is not growing, but at a very slow pace, because I'll give you the stats now. McKinsey reported that the value of Africa's pharmaceutical industry increased to $20.8 billion in 2013 from just $4.7 billion that it was a decade earlier. So it means that the industry is growing, but albeit at a very slow pace. That growth is continuing to go up and is worth about $65 billion as at 2020. That's good news for multinationals and pharmaceutical companies seeking new resources for growth as developed markets stagnate. And you will all agree with me that they're stagnating. Leaders and African governments must also understand what is driving this growth, what challenges they are likely to face, and how to collaborate with health systems to win in this very complex environment. So even though there are opportunities, I guess the question here is, how do we leverage the opportunities that exist within your industry to make sure that we stand to be counted globally? And so we're going to be looking at some of the macro and macroeconomic factors that affect this industry. But before that, you know, they say to be the best, we must learn from the best. Hence, I'm going to have a review of some of the top world players' markets and then contrast their environmental situations with ours, just to see what opportunities there are in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, and then, of course, look at why it is thriving in those countries like the US, Japan, that we mentioned earlier. But I'm just going to speak to the US and just give you a few comments on why that industry is thriving there. So the US accounts for about 45% of the global pharmaceutical market and 22% of global production. Note, production. So the president spoke about production when he was talking here. The chairman also mentioned it. This is something that I wonder how we can just focus on that, on manufacturing and producing our own drugs so we can now export, especially at this time when foreign exchange has become a pain to many manufacturing industries. US pharmaceutical output was driven by the ongoing global vaccination rollouts and pent-up demand for essential and non-essential medical treatments. So they had increased margins of brand-name drug producers, resulting in strong cash flow. However, the wholesale and distributors still trade on very thin margin, despite growing sales. But so this is a major characteristic of your industry: high volume, low margins. And so that means that the capital that you need to make sure that this business thrives will be huge and requires very good cash flow. In addition, the American aging population will spur drug demand in the mid and long term. The decision of the Supreme Court to uphold the Affordable Care, which is Obamacare, also supports future growth prospects of that industry. The industry has a high research and development cost for producers. When we're looking at Nigeria, we will see the difference. Historically, the industry benefits from low lending rates, which made debt finance acquisitions easier. Most of them use their strong cash flow to deleverage after larger takeovers, thereby maintaining their good credit ratings. And I know that at this point, some of you will be wondering, yes, it's good that you are the one mentioning it. Low lending rates and access to finance. Because that is something that does not really, I won't say does not exist, that is difficult in our country. They have low dependence on bank loans. Aside this, there is a willingness of banks to provide credit. And so you'll be asking, do we have willingness to provide credit for this industry? And my response will be yes. I know that a lot of you may doubt it, but it's the truth. Because if I use Access Bank as an example, we are one bank that is interested in SMEs. We love SMEs, and we have always supported SMEs. That is not to remove the fact that there are no constraints in lending to this sector of the economy. Just as there is in any other industry, there are constraints. But it's our ability to surmount those constraints, and of course, a decision to be a bank to invest in this industry that sets us apart from the others. The cash conversion cycle or duration of the industry, recall we're still talking about the US, can vary between 30 and 150 days. And this is good because if you're able to cycle out your cash between 30 and 150 days, it means that your lending needs may not even be as high. And of course, reduce your leverage ratios. For the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry to take the required giant stride, there is need to consider the characteristics of at least one emerging market with similar business environments as ours. So, having said that, I'm going to be taking a very quick look at the Indian pharmaceutical industry. And so I'm happy we have our Indian brothers, colleagues sitting here today. So I'll just run you through, and why I said similar environment is because indeed our environment is similar. But then their industry is thriving. So I'll tell you why. So globally, India ranks third in terms of pharmaceutical production by volume and 14th by value. Its domestic pharmaceutical market support stood at 42 billion in 2021 and is likely to reach 65 billion by 2024. It's projected to further expand to reach $120 to $130 billion by 2030. I see you're nodding, right? Very correct. The country is the largest provider of generic drug globally, and its pharmaceutical sector supplies over 50% of global demand for various vaccines. 40% of generic demand in the US and 25% of all medicines in the UK. That is India. And I think we should give a big resounding clap to that country. Indian pharmaceutical value forecast to grow more than 6% annually in 2022 and in 2023. And this is due to the ongoing rollout of COVID-19 vaccinations, a rebound in the non-COVID related medical treatment, and a surge in generic drug exports. So India exports drugs. However, in H1 of 2022, drug producers still face pressure on gross margins due to high commodity and transport costs. Its domestic wholesale and pharmacies continue to generate low but stable margins. So the margins are small, which is the same as the US, and basically that is the bane of this industry. Generic drugs still account for about 70% of output, while the pandemic has spurred Indian drug producers to substantially increase its research and development spending due to a serious supply disruption in 2020. Now, Indian drug producers intend to increase local production of active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is generally described as the APIs, in order to reduce their reliance on Chinese deliveries. So there's a plan. They are planning ahead. Their government has announced a large incentive scheme. For example, various tax exemptions to boost local API production, which will last until 2030. Again, the government is supporting the industry. The Indian pharmaceutical industry is highly export-oriented, being one of the leading suppliers of generic drugs to the US. And so when you're highly export-oriented, what does that do for you? It means that you're earning foreign exchange that will support your own import of APIs in cases where you don't have them, and that reduces the pressure on the industries that are manufacturing in their quest for foreign exchange. That is the way we should go. The balance sheets of most Indian pharmaceutical businesses and their capacity to generate cash flow are very, very strong. So if you look at their financials, both their gearing and dependence on bank finance are really low. So all this sounds very, very good. But as impressive as these results may seem, we will note that they still had challenges with costs that impact their margins, typical of what is obtainable here. However, before I put forward any recommendations, it is important that I enumerate my own understanding of the Nigerian market, its micro and macro environment, especially as it impacts the pharmaceutical industry and other industries. So let's have a quick look at the Nigerian Economic Review. So Jody Picoult said that the human capacity for bearing burdens is like that of a bamboo, far more flexible than you would ever believe at first glance. And I think that that's the situation with us. So we've created a world so interdependent that what one country does has various effects on the global economy. And that's a fact. The terrible toll the COVID-19 pandemic had on the entire world is the most cruel and crippling example of this interconnection and interdependence. Yet, no matter how desolate or threatening our situation may appear, it cannot control our response or remove our power to act. So we cannot shut down because of any challenges. We have to be resilient. And so every industry is suffering. The pharmaceutical industry is suffering, but we must be resilient. Because despite these difficult times that we're facing as a nation, I reaffirm the Nigerian spirit and state my belief that as we have faced extraordinary difficulties in the past, so shall we do now. In Nigeria, like the rest of the world, we've suffered many economic blows in the last few years. Between 2012 and 2022, the Naira has depreciated against the dollar by over 181%. So it moved from 154 to a dollar to about 435 to a dollar between 2012 and 2022. Yes. I know they're all saying, I heard you. Remember, I'm a banker, first of all. So I have to deal with official rates. I'm a banker. I can't stand here and speak to you about whatever rates that I'm not aware of. So we will deal with the official rates, right? So that's what it is. I heard people saying, which rate is that? That's why I had to make this comment now. So this is the rate we know. So we're an import-dependent country. Hence, the depreciation of our currency is partly attributable to the limited dollar inflow to support a rising dollar demand. However, the crude oil production, which is the most significant source of foreign exchange, is hampered by rising oil thefts, illegal refining, and production shortage. According to a recent report by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the daily average crude oil production for August this year was 970,000 barrels, compared to 1 million barrels the previous month. This equates to 857,000 barrels, short of Nigeria's OPEC daily production quota of 1.8 million. The result is a massive loss of about $86 million daily, which equates to a shortage of 2.7 billion for a single month. In 2015, the oil price dropped from $107 to $36 per barrel. This was due to an oversupply following the reversal of sanctions against Iran and fracking by the United States. Currently, oil price has increased to about $86 per barrel because of the Russian-Ukraine crisis and a declining crude oil stockpile in the United States. The increasing global demand should be a blessing to our country. Unfortunately, we have not been able to take advantage of this increase. The 2022 budget has a deficit of about 6.2 trillion, approximately 3.39% of GDP, and is slightly above the 3% ceiling set by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007. This deficit was to be financed by new borrowings, privatization proceeds, and drawdowns on loans secured for specific projects. The country's external reserves currently stands at about 38.3 billion against the 44.34 billion recorded in 2012, despite the size of the economy at that time. And the reason is simple. A burgeoning demand for US dollars matched by inadequate supply. So everybody is chasing these dollars. We don't have enough. Inflation today stands at about 20.52%, the highest in the past 10 years, due mainly to currency depreciation, high energy tariffs, and security threats. The Central Bank of Nigeria has taken the bold step to stem inflationary pressure by increasing MPR to 15.5%. The high rate of unemployment and very low human capital development are other key issues that add to our challenges. So different sectors of the economy have suffered impact of these macroeconomic challenges. And of course, the pharmaceutical industry is not exempted. So I think that having understood the macroeconomic factors that plague our economy at this time, I think the next thing that we now need to do is to even understand our industry, which most of you do understand. So this industry is estimated as 70% of the country's healthcare consumables and pharmaceutical products. It's estimated that 70% of those consumables are imported. So this is the reason why whatever is happening with foreign exchange and our reserves greatly impacts this industry. And that's why the pressure seems to be so much in the pharmaceutical industry. Because even with the manufacturers, the APIs that you need to be imported. And so you're struggling and chasing that foreign exchange. Nigeria has spent over 43 billion importing anti-malaria drugs only in Q4 of 2021. We don't know what that figure will be by the end of the year this year. So the outbreak of COVID-19 over 2 years ago exposed the depth of capacity in local drug production in Nigeria and indeed across Africa. It's estimated that over $14 billion is spent on importing pharmaceutical products into Africa, including Nigeria, due to a lack of capacity in local production. As a result of this, the industry is skewed towards repackaging rather than production. Because those within this industry will generally ask themselves, why? Why do I need to go through the pressure of trying to manufacture if it's just easier for me to import, repackage, and sell? Well, how does that really help the economy? And how does that help your industry? It doesn't. Because if you're able to export, you will take care of the challenges that you have with foreign exchange, because you now have the ability to do that import yourself due to the cash flows you would have generated from your exports, just as it is in India. So a further look at your industry reveals that the market size is about $2 billion, like I said earlier, and it's subdivided into over-the-counter businesses, worth about $900 million, prescription drug, $500 million, lifestyle products, another $500 million, and biological products, $100 million. So it's not a small industry, but of course, compared to the rest of the world, it is indeed small. The industry is second in African markets, behind South Africa, even with this small size. So we're not doing badly, but we can be better. The production of active pharmaceutical ingredients, popularly referred to as APIs, are inadequate, thus exposing the industry to FX pressures as we rely on importation. Research and development spending is between 6 to 8% of turnover, which is far less than global standard of between 10 to 15%. And R&D is one of the significant advantages that the US has over us when it comes to this industry. If we're just spending 6 to 8%, the result is what we see. Do you want to change that? The structure of the industry is split between manufacturers. Sorry about that. Maybe the microphone doesn't want us to really understand where we're heading to in this industry. So the structure of the industry is a split between manufacturers and importers, with a share of 40% and 60% respectively, meaning that importers control a larger part of this industry, simply because of the reasons I had mentioned earlier. But each of these is split further into multinationals and indigenous companies with a share of 10% and 90% respectively. That's 90% are indigenous. From the records, we see that there are about 270 registered pharmaceutical companies, of which 120 are manufacturers. If you recall, I mentioned the cash conversion cycle of the industries in the US to be between 30 and 160 days, 150 days. In Nigeria, it is 185 to 230 days. That's what our data tells us for your industry. And so for a cash conversion cycle of that length of time, you will not have the financial power to scale. And so you would largely have to depend on bank borrowings, which again results in high gearing for your financials. The industry is plagued by weak cash flow due to other economic factors and cost of doing business in Nigeria. So you see, this reliance on importing drugs puts even more pressure on the demand for already scarce foreign exchange. So the way to go is to make sure that we increase the number of companies that are into manufacturing in the economy. And I know that what will be running through your mind is that how do we do that without support from any area, not the banks, not the government, not even policies that ensure that we do that. But then, like I said, within every challenge, we must find opportunities. Further to this, our institutions allow the country to become a dumping ground for uncertified and hazardous pharmaceutical products, because that's what happens when you're relying more on imports than manufacturing. There's no way you can determine the quality of what is coming into the country. And so that's why our regulatory agencies seem overwhelmed by the surge of fake and counterfeit drugs nationwide. The Nigerian Customs Service is overwhelmed, and I'm sure that we are all aware of the critical consequences of these practices. The risk of consumers can be life-threatening. So, and even despite the availability of the federal government's 100 billion pharmaceutical fund, operators in your industry will rather import finished products and components than manufacturing due to already mentioned factors. And I don't say this in a negative manner or to blame you, because I am aware that manufacturing is very intense and there is no infrastructure to support you in that. But having said all this, I guess the question you would have in your mind, so what's the way forward? And so whatever I'm going to be saying to you today is my view of the way forward. Because with a population of over 200 million people, Nigeria has an extensive opportunity in welfare and healthcare needs. We need to create a robust and self-sufficient industry that can cater for and meet the healthcare needs of the nation. There are opportunities amidst adversities. Hence, the Dwindling Economy portends great opportunities for the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry, and I will say some of them. So everybody who has spoken here today emphasized on the dwindling economy. And so sitting on that side, I listened to everyone, and it seems like a doomsday. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not. Because in every opportunity, in every challenge, there are opportunities. And your industry have to find the opportunities so that we can grow. Remaining stagnant and relying on support to grow that industry is not going to do your industry any good. So I'm going to mention a few things that I think you should do. First of all, I wonder what the aspiration for this industry, for you, is. What is the aspiration? So I'm very big on aspiration, and if I talk about Access Bank, our vision is to be the world's most respected African bank. And so whatever we do, whatever strategies that we deploy, any step that we take in the decisions that we make ends up towards our aspiration in achieving that vision. And my question is, what is yours? You need to come together. The industry should have a global aspiration, a well-crafted plan and framework supported by policies as obtainable in other developed climes and countries. While playing local to meet local demands, we should have a global mandate in mind and a conscious effort to launch the country into the global space. The business consciousness and potential contribution of this industry to the Nigerian GDP should inform this aspiration. We are aware of the official launch of the ECOWAS Pharmaceutical Goods Manufacturing Practices Roadmap by the West African Health Organization and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The vision of this regional plan is to ensure that all pharmaceutical manufacturing in ECOWAS meets international good manufacturing practices to improve sustainable and affordable access to safe and effective essential medicines and contribute to economic growth. Nigeria must take the lead while taking advantage of its population size. So I know that many will say, what is an aspiration without the backbone to achieve that aspiration? And so this will take me to my next point. And I'll be talking about mergers and acquisition. And I think that I can say that being in this industry for 30 years, because this year is my 30th year of joining the banking industry. I started my career in 1992, April, with the former Diamond, until the merger with Access. So all the years that I've spent in the industry is 30 years. So I can tell you that mergers and acquisitions do work. And that is the only way I feel that your industry at this point in time can leverage those opportunities. The current state of the pharmaceutical industry has many parallels to the banking industry back in 2003. So prior to 2003, there were 89 banks in Nigeria. Even though the overall health of the Nigerian banking system at that time could be described as generally satisfactory, the state of some of the banks was less so. None of the banks had the capacity to fund big-ticket transactions without syndication or recourse to foreign borrowings. Therefore, between 2003 and 2005, the banking industry went through a reform that compelled the banks to consolidate through merger and acquisitions. Today, we have institutions that individually can finance transactions up to $500 million, depending on the level of capitalization of the banks. And who says this cannot be the same with your industry? This, in my opinion, is the nature of response required from the pharmaceutical industry today. Firms need to consider mergers, acquisitions, and consolidations to increase and strengthen the capacity of the industry to boost local production and supply of pharmaceutical products. This would help firms grow and expand their capacity to compete globally, because I believe that that should be the focus of this industry. We need to be able to compete globally. But you can't do that if you don't come together as a unit and strengthen your capacity. I acknowledge that the government needs to do more to generate foreign exchange through economic diversification, provision of a safe and secure business environment, and financial support through interventions. However, local manufacturers must do their part too. We need to let go of the Chike and Sons ideology and form formidable corporations while leveraging on our respective strengths and advantages towards increased market share. Because 10% of 1,000 is indeed better than 100% of 10. So in my belief, this is the way to go. You come together, you gain more, you stand to be counted, and then you can dictate your terms in this industry. But being in different units, struggling for foreign exchange, it won't help the industry, it won't help this industry. So if there's anything you need to take out of here, is that 10% of 1,000 is definitely better than 100% of 10. And the next point I would like to speak on is research and development. I think there's really an urgent need to increase investment in R&D if we need to have breaks from most of the tropical diseases. This is one of the success stories of the developed industries. Hence, regulation should benchmark pharmaceutical companies' investments to global standards. And this is to help improve the African pharmaceutical frontier, since APIs with similar quality as obtainable in developed industry can now be sourced locally. Africa can be a hub for APIs and vaccine exports, and we can really achieve that. Can you imagine the gain in the market share and foreign exchange earnings through exportation to other African countries if Nigeria is the major hub that supplies other African countries their APIs? And you can create that. We need to work towards this. But it has to be a deliberate partnership with local and multinationals. One of the critical success stories of the US and India is the vaccine rollouts and exports to other countries. We saw the stats on the level of exports from India to the UK and the US. And we can achieve that only if we can come together and work together to create that capacity that is required to achieve this. So there's no reason we cannot adopt same strategies to reduce the current FX pressures. We should set up foreign-based alliances and subsidiaries. These will ensure technology transfer from the developed industry to Nigeria, reduce production costs, and increase margins. Alternatively, Nigerians can set up production firms in developed countries or industries to gain advantage of their technology and, of course, experience, for which the produced pharmaceutical products can then be exported to other African countries. This is already happening in Nigeria with certain industries. I don't have evidence that that has started in your industry. But there are some of my clients in other industries in these countries who have set up alliances with foreign-based subsidiaries and are dealing with them strategically and achieving this goal. So it's something, whilst your deliberation is going on today, you need to think about it, because it will indeed help you to achieve the capacity and leverage that you need. The next thing is that you need to be deliberate about exports. So production should be very key and on top of one of the things that you need to do urgently. So when you find that certain industries have gone into exporting of cocoa, sesame seeds, which is not their original business, it is because they're trying to create their own foreign exchange earnings to support their businesses. And the central bank has supported exports and is still supporting exports. So your industry needs to start thinking about it very seriously and critically. You need to be very deliberate about it. This will ensure that your FX earnings will cushion the effect of those importations and reduce the impact on foreign exchange fluctuations in your businesses. So while some of the companies in your industry are focused on importation, those who are in manufacturing and who are able to create their own FX potentials will thrive. And what you see is that even those that are importing will begin to think of manufacturing. And that will create a bigger industry. It will create an industry that can now compete globally. And then, of course, the volume of imports will now become much more than you planned for this industry. Speak to your banks. For those of you who are having pressures on FX, you can go into forward arrangements. At least it helps you cushion the impact of your FX costs. From the beginning of your transaction cycle, you can determine the cost of your goods. These are not all the initiatives that I think that your industry can go into, but I think that these are the ones that are very critical and that you can quickly achieve. I'm very big on my recommendation of mergers and acquisitions. And so I go back to it and say, I think it's something that you need to look at critically. Because if you wait and say the government has not done their own part, you won't achieve the mileage that this industry deserves. You know that, like I said earlier, pharmacists and doctors are the most intelligent people. That's what we know from school. So some of us who studied law have a lot of respect for those of you in sciences. So this is not rocket science. It's not that you do not know how to go about it. You actually do know what to do. So I guess the point is how you can take that bold step at ensuring that you achieve collaboration and strong ties amongst you. In my mind, this will be a major game changer in this industry, and I encourage you to look at it. So this initiative, if implemented, will resolve the capacity and ability to compete at the global space. It will increase our FX earnings through exports and the country's market share as we take advantage of Africa's young population. We're lucky. We still have a very young population. The industry and its regulators need to commit to revamping the sector, increasing production capacity, and providing the health security that the country needs, whilst also supporting the efforts of the government in its quest for economic recovery. The banking sector is always ready to support the pharmaceutical industry, especially the local companies that have very clear strategies, realistic growth plans, and objectives. I have some of my customers who are sitting here today. Juhel is one of them. And I'm sure that they will testify to the fact that, yes, we indeed support this industry and will continue to. Today, Access Bank banks over 5,000 companies in the pharmaceutical industry value chain. And so this is made up of the manufacturers, wholesalers, distributors, information service providers, everybody that is related in one way or the other to this industry. We have supported about 3,000 of these companies by providing financial and non-financial services. In fact, our non-financial services have helped us to grow many of these companies even without the financial part of it. Because what we realize is that a company most times will need much more than mere injection of capital or equity into a business. How do we understand the cash flow? How do we understand your financials? How do you structure your board to make sure that you have the appropriate governance for your company to thrive? It is your governance in your company that will determine if a financial, an investor will invest in you with confidence. And so we always encourage the companies that deal with us to say, stop looking at yourself as Chike and Sons. Use appropriate auditors. So when you go to a bank and present yourself, the bank will be willing to look at you. Many of you should be thinking of going to investors to say, come and invest in my company. What will the investor want to see? Do you have appropriate governance? Who are the auditors that you're using? What's your board composition? So if all of those things are in place, it's easy to do an analysis of where you are going to. So where you are at any point in time is not necessarily what is important to any investor. It's really where you're heading. And the only way an investor can determine where you're heading is the structures you have in place in your company. That determines where you're heading to. So our non-financial services create more value for us in our customers than the financial services. We are poised to do more because we take the health and the well-being of people in our nation very seriously. Our economy stands at a tipping point, but so does the health and well-being of all Nigerians. According to the World Health Organization, over 2 billion people, mostly in low-income countries in Asia and Africa, have no access to life-saving medicines. It's estimated that about 2.23% of that number are domiciled in Nigeria. That's about 44.6 million people. This number is probably higher considering the population in rural communities. More than 44.6 million Nigerians deserve access to life-saving medicines. And all Nigerians deserve to have a strong ethical healthcare system. It's industries that they can trust. So a robust healthcare system should be the right of every Nigerian. And we must work hard and smart to make this happen. Challenging times are always full of opportunities. I strongly believe in that, and I've mentioned that many times in the course of my presentation. Leaders are the ones who break down the walls of impossibility. There is no example in the world where a leader has had an easy road, and the road ahead for the pharmaceutical industry is indeed any of our struggling industries will not be easy. You as leaders must and will emerge to develop and strengthen the pharmaceutical industry and provide a better life for Nigerians. I really have no doubt that with the caliber of people seated in this room today, that you cannot come together to provide that industry that will be reckoned with globally and will be sound and will be stand to be counted. I think this is the Nigerian way, and I believe and urge you that in the course of your conversations today, you should focus on creating that capacity that you need within the industry. Thank you very much.
I want to ask us to do that again for her. Madam, thank you so very much, Mrs. Okoye. You've done justice to the topic. Thank you. As a poor student that I am, I take out that doctors and pharmacists are the most intelligent. Next to them will be the lawyer. Now the question I'll ask is, for somebody like our prince, who is a pharmacist and a lawyer, what is he? Super intelligent. You can clap for me then. Thank you.
Yeah, to announce you.
Yeah, that's a very wonderful one. We are going to have a break in protocol due to some unforeseen circumstances. One of the award recipients got an emergency call that makes it necessary for him to leave here in the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes. So, Mr. Chairman, I beg your indulgence for us to change a little bit. We are going to, so that we can also have the group photograph with the guest speaker. But before doing that, we want to give the awards to the 6 awardees so that everything will flow seamlessly. Let me put it that way. So please, immediately after that, we are going to the plenary session to listen to the gurus. So I would like to call on the MC, please. First of all, we are going to start with a presentation of plaque to the MD Access Bank representative. And the person to do that for us is our president of PSN, Professor Isifo. Please, can you come and present an award to our guest speaker? Immediately after that, we start with the Icon of Pharmacy Award, and that will be handled by our chairman, Prince Julius Adelisi Adeliyu, former Minister of Health. We flow from there. We hope that this will take us about 30 minutes to conclude. Mr. President, PSN, please.
The lady should come up. Yeah. I cannot address speaker, please. Could you come up? I took down notes, and I hope I won't develop an inaugural lecture from that. On behalf of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, I present this to, I think I will learn to our Deputy Managing Director for the wonderful lecture, for exposing so many things to us. And I was nodding when she was talking about R&D, research and development. That's a big challenge to our pharmaceutical industry, but that's the way to grow. Being our guest speaker at the first binary lecture series of NAIP, Dwindling Economy, what next for the pharmaceutical industries? Congratulations, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Access Bank. Now, the next will be the Icon of Pharmacy Award. May I invite Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye to be upstanding while I give what I will call extra summarized citation of him. Dr. Okoye is at the helm of Juher Nigeria Limited, one of the pioneering and largest pharmaceutical manufacturers in Nigeria. Okay, Oga, they asked me to ask you to come up, so there'll be a full view of who you are. Thank you, thank you. Let me urge also continue clapping until he stands fully. Okay, don't start like a schoolboy. So, Dr. Okoye is at the helm of Juher Nigeria Limited, one of the pioneering and largest pharmaceutical manufacturers in Nigeria. In 1989, he founded Juher, then manufacturing a single product. However, has since grown the company to produce a range of over 150 products across multiple formulations and therapeutic areas. Besides his day-to-day role as chairman and CEO of Juher, Dr. Okoye is also on the governing council boards of various organizations, including the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, the West African Examination Council, WAEC, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, and also a member of the National Institute, MNI. During his career, Dr. Okoye received numerous awards and honors, including the honor of Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the honor of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2012. Dr. Okoye Ifeanyi is a PhD holder in industrial pharmacy, as well as an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby present to you Pharmacist Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye for the award of the Icon of Pharmacy 2022. Icon of Pharmacy Award is actually the biggest award from NAIP unit. May I invite the chairman of Board of Fellows, Pharmacist Chief Adagazu, the past president of PSN, Sir Pharmacist Tony Ahime, the chairman of today's event, a past president also, Prince Julius Adeli, the chairman of BOT of NAIP, Professor Laura Belle, to come forward to make this presentation. And the PSN president as well. Please, can we get them? PSN president, chairman of education, Prince Adeli. And I love what Madam has just done. Beside every successful man is a woman. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the pharmacy, Prince, your presence is right here, sir. You are going to join in presenting this award. So, presenting the award of Icon of Pharmacists.
Wow. What about this crowd? Who are they?
Well, we are supporting you, sir. We don't want you to be alone, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry I rushed out to take a call. Amakam. Kid. And the children. Wow. What about the one with that hair? That's good. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are awards and there are awards. This is a man of many awards, but this is the one you must, in fact, cherish. It's from your colleagues, your peers. Ladies and gentlemen, if I here, if I Chuku, with God all things are possible. Otherwise, how do we explain that this young man who started in a one-room business in Enugu, Trans-Ekulu, how do you explain that this man who went to OAU, like many of us, will go ahead? Those of you know now that the OAU is called OAU, Oba Awon University. Now, this man who went to OAU and went ahead with doctorates in this and that. But this man here, who was lucky to marry Amaka. But this man, who I think is about the 9th of December in 2010, that you were kidnapped. He was kidnapped. Thanks to God and the security forces, you are here today. This man started his business only in 1987, right? And you've gone all, well, I follow you. I follow pharmacy wherever it is successful. Is now here today with all these products. He has hundreds of other products from his factory, but the real factory manager has given him products. He is many things to many people, but both of them have a philosophy which I think helps. Equity, fairness to everybody, according to his religion, and recognizing of everybody's vision. As we say in Igbo land, Egbe belu gobelu, kodila yema. So on behalf of this Board of Trustees, are you all Board of Trustees? You don't look like one. Okay, Board of Fellows. Oh yes, Board of... I have a lot of distraction from behind. But this is something I am personally very proud to give to you. It is called the Icon of Pharmacy Award to pharmacist Dr. Ifeanyi. Eric is not here. Okoye, the founder chairman of Juhel, the capital J with a dot above. You must explain that. Nigeria Limited. At the very first, the Maiden Biennial lecture series of the NAIP. And the theme was Dwindling Economy, what next for the pharma industries in Nigeria. This day, the 6th of October, 2022. On behalf of NAIP, I would like to present this, not directly to Ifeanyi, but to Amaka, the real icon of the icon. So you will take it and present it as an icon to another icon. This is a double icon award. I will now shake hands with you to congratulate you, and I will now huggingly congratulate you. God bless pharmacy. God bless Juhel. There's something packaged here. Please don't judge the book by its cover. This packaging with, you could have packaged this with silk. Wow, look at that. It is with pleasure that I unveil this. Is he handsome? Well, as long as you are rich, you are handsome. Please give him a round of applause. Again, congratulations. Madam, congratulations to you. Continue to be patient, supportive, and surrounding. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now let's finish it. The other modules. Prof. Yes, sir. Prof, you have not finished.
Let me use my powers as the MC to command that everybody by this side remains, because we are continuing with our award, except my chairman. So please, let me welcome for Outstanding Leadership Awards 2022, His Royal Highness, His Royal Majesty, Igwe Pharmacist Alexander Uzodimma. Igwe, I won't ask you to stand up. I will ask you to come up and sit down. Then I will read a brief of your citation. Just come up. Igwe, you will sit. Are your subjects. I will take his citation is on page 36. I will take the first and the last stanza of his citation. So this is profile of His Royal Majesty. Okay, his men, his real subjects are here. The Ogidi people. You are welcome. I hope you are the Eze in Council members. No. Okay. His Royal Majesty Igwe Pharmacist Alexander Uzodimma Oyido, Eze Chuomagha of Ogidi Kingdom, was born in the ancient city of Kano, northwest Nigeria, on the 24th of November 1956. His Majesty Igwe Alexander is the second son of late Chief Dennis Nwafọ Oyido, the Wakaka of Ogidi. He attended schools at the right time with his age mates. He went on to the university and graduated as a pharmacist from the Ahmadu Bello University, and he got all other honors and awards. But he is a member of the Southeast Governors Forum Consultative Committee on Health, representing traditional rulers of the Southeast region. He's also a member of Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council. He is also a member of the United Nations Peace Committee, of which he was decorated with the honor Mayor of Peace on the 23rd of September 2022. Igwe Oyido is the owner and founder of Pharma Industries Limited in Kano and in Ogidi. He has two industries, one Pharma in Kano and then Arben in Ogidi. He is the founder and the owner. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that having two industries, two factories at the same time would have singled him out as a leader par excellence. No wonder today NAIP is recognizing him for his outstanding leadership, for this outstanding leadership award being granted to him. I present to you His Royal Majesty Igwe Pharmacist Alexander Ozodemoido, Eze Chuomaya of Ogidi Kingdom, for the award, sir. To be presented by Sir Tony Ahime, past president of PSN, Pharmacists.
The chairman of today's occasion, let me stand on the already established protocol. I'm privileged to present this to our traditional leader, who naturally should be in his domain, administering to his subject. But he has taken extra mile to invest in the pharmaceutical business, and in particular, the pharma industry. And from the citation, we're very proud of you, sir, that you've invested to make life better for Nigerians in providing basic drugs for humanity. And today you are giving this award for your recognition and special interest in the pharma industry. On this day, 6th of October, 2022, as an outstanding leader by per excellence, let me put it that way, presented to you on this day, sir. Igwe, we present this, and I present it on behalf of my colleagues here, to you on this day. Congratulations, and continue to support the industry, sir. God bless you, sir. God bless your tenure. God bless your reign. Igwe. Congratulations. Join me. Congratulations. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. They still remain. They still remain. Thank you. Congratulations to His Royal Majesty. The next on our list will be Pharmacist Moses Olurotimi Oluwalade, MD-CEO Miraflash, for Eminent Person Award. What's it? Pharmacist Olurotimi Oluwalade Moses. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Pharmacist Olurotimi Moses Oluwalade for his award. His full citation is on page 38. I will take the first and the last stanza for want of time. Pharmacist Moses Oluwalade was born in Ondo State and completed his primary and secondary education there. He then proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, where he got his Bachelor of Pharmacy degree in 1990 and continued his internship and mandatory service. Having worked in the field as a medical rep, he decided to gain further knowledge to have cutting edge over his colleagues by going for an MBA marketing from the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology in 2002, and then getting a master's degree in pharmaceutical chemistry from University of Lagos in the year 2003. He founded, after working in several other organizations, he decided to found his own company and then established Miraflash Nigeria Limited, a manufacturing company that specializes in the production of beta-lactam antibiotics and their derivatives. He has also, amongst so many other awards, also bagged multiple awards and recognition all over the country and from different organizations. Some of these awards and recognitions include, and not limited to, the Distinguished Personality Award from Ekiti State Branch of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellowship Membership Award from the International Professional Managers Association, UK, Most Outstanding Man of Integrity from Events International Magazine, Distinguished West African Personality of the Year, and most recently, a Fellowship Award from the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present to you for Eminent Person Award, Pharmacists Moses Olurotimi Oluwalade, B.Pharm, MBA, MSc, FPSN. To be presented by the Chairman of Board of Fellows, Pharmacist Chief Adagazu.
Yeah, you are getting my name better now. So on this 6th day of October 2022, based on the citation we just had, you are very deserving of this wonderful award, the Eminent Persons Award 2022 by NAIP, Pharm Moses Oluwalade, FPSN. You are also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society, so I'm your chairman as well. So I want to congratulate you and happily present this award to you on behalf of NAIP. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Pharmacist Moses. The next person, the next awardee is a good friend of mine, incidentally, Mr. Santos Kumar. Come forward, please, for the Outstanding Leadership Award. May I invite, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Santos Kumar for his award. Can we encourage him? Let's support him. For NAIP Outstanding Leadership Award 2022, Mr. Santos Kumar, Senior Vice President for West Africa and Integrated Commercial Solutions Worldwide Healthcare Limited. His citation is found in page 39. I'll try to bridge that bridge. Santos Kumar did his graduation from Osmania University and went on to do his MBA from Lincoln University, USA. He did various courses on management and leadership from business schools. Santos for 17 years in Nigeria with Imperial stroke WWCVL and to become the managing director of Worldwide Healthcare, and recently appointed president for West. He rose the ladder to become the managing director WWCV Nigeria, and been recently appointed as a senior vice president for West Africa. So he will be, after here today, he'll be going to Dubai, from where he'll be overseeing the operations. Santos is passionate about strategy, leadership, and the African pharmaceutical and healthcare space. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Santos Kumar for Outstanding Leadership Award, to be anchored by no other person than BOT Chairman, Professor Lere Bale. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, we'd like to present an Outstanding Leadership Award for the year 2022 to Mr. Santosh Kumar, who happens to be a Senior Vice President for West Africa and Integrated Commercial Solutions for Worldwide Healthcare Limited, an organization that became a pioneer distributor to Pfizer about 20 years ago exactly. And we are glad. I was the head of commercial director then when we made this decision. It was an unpopular decision in the pharma industry that time. People were used to having 5,000 distributors nationwide. We choose to have just 4. and worldwide today has stood the test of time. The decision we took that time is being confirmed today with this award, that we took the right decision. Congratulations. As many other multinationals have joined Pfizer in making you the major distributor. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Santosh. All right. You can look at the camera. Can you join us, sir? Yeah.
Congratulations, Mr. Santos. The next award, Eminent Person Award, will go to Pharmacist Sam Obachukwu, Managing Director, CEO, Mega Chem Nigeria Limited, ably represented by Mrs. Stella Maris Ezigwe, the Chief Accountant. I think there could be no better person to represent Oga here today. Madam, please, may I invite you to come forward. Yes. Because Oga is not here, Madam will just receive this award on his behalf. Please go to page 40 and read up who Sam Obachukwu is. To be presented by the PSM President.
On behalf of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, we present this eminent award 2022. Actually to you. You can give it to him when you get back. To Pharmacist Sam Obachukwu, FPSN, Managing Director and CEO of Mega Chem Nigeria Limited. At his first biannual lecture series of NAIP, dated 6th of October 2022. Congratulations.
Welcome. Thank you very much. For the records, there are two other awardees that are not here incidentally. Distinguished Service Award, Pharmacist Nandi Obi, Chairman of Embassy Pharmaceuticals, and Pharmacist Ikeja Anuku, sorry, that's a mistake, immediate past Chairman of NAIP, COO Alpha Pharmacy. These are two other awardees that are incidentally not here. I am aware that Ikeja Anuku is in Ebonyi State sorting out some issues for NAIP. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is to be anchored by no other person other than our past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Sir Tony Ahime. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, okay. No, am I waiting for? Yeah, that's the time. And maybe Good afternoon, a very distinguished audience. Good afternoon, all. Please, can we be seated for the next session? And in my understanding, this is a business session, and it's going to be very brief. I have been requested by the organizers of this program that I should stand in for one of our past presidents, Alhaji Yakasai, who incidentally is bereaved. And just a few minutes ago, this was whispered to me. And for me, I had no hesitation whatsoever. As long as it's something that is going to benefit pharmacy, I believe I will get your cooperation in running through this in a very short period so that we can move to the next item. And that's a very sensitive and very something dear to our hearts. That as good as NAIP may be, so much has been said about NAIP, but NAIPs, they are tenants. And I do not think that augurs well that at this stage of their development, that members of this group will be tenants, as it were. And so they ask us during this period they propose to us, and if you're on page 16 of the program, you see a pictorial view of what they have in mind. And I believe they need our support. They need us to assist them to get this put in place perhaps in the next 12 months. I understand the chief launcher for this program will be the CEO of Fixing PLC, and is being represented by the commercial director. To please step up, we give him a chance to say some few words and make his donation. And I will ask the awardees also to get ready, just to express how happy they are. Not only because they have been given an award, but again, it will be a turning point for them to also express their happiness towards this very dear project to NAIP. I think on this note, I'd like to call on the chief launcher, commercial director for Fixing, to please come to the podium and say some few words to us and make a commitment for this project. Please a hand of applause for him. I can see him coming up, my very good friend. God bless you.
The chairman and the other distinguished guests, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. On behalf of Dr. Fidelis Ayebe, I want to congratulate NAIP on this epoch-making event. I had come here to play another role, but he just called me on my way here that he's in the UK, was planning to come back. A few things came up. He put in his passport for a visa that has not come back, and because of that, he could not make it. I am not able to make a commitment, sir, but I can give you his word, like he told me that as soon as he gets back, he will get back to NAIP. NAIP is a unit that is very close to us as a company that we have supported repeatedly. So you have our guarantee on that as soon as the chairman returns, we will get back to you. Thank you very much for the honor.
A hand of applause for him. Thank you, Commercial Director. I believe that we'll take your word, and he's a man of his words. And I know he's going to do something tangible towards this project. On this note, not without any prejudice, I like to give the opportunity to our awardees for this afternoon to express their happiness on a day like this. And we're always told, to whom much is given, much is expected. But it's a joyful moment. And I know that they will also, if you wish to say something, the microphone is available. I think we can give them on the table there. We don't need to call them to the podium again, pushing them up and down. So, my Igwe Royal Highness, I'm privileged to give you the microphone. Just say some few words if you like, how happy you are, and to talk about the project.
Thank you. I want to appreciate the parents of this occasion, this very event. I'm highly grateful for me being honored today. If you could enter my heart, you see a big load of joy, because today I've been honored in a special way by my colleagues, and I'm highly grateful for all of you. May God bless you in Jesus' name. I want to support this project with the sum of 2.5 million naira.
Thank you so much. Please, a big hand of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. God will bless you. More blessing will come on your way, and I'm sure that your business will blossom from strength to strength, and NAIP is always there for you and all of us. I'd like to give the opportunity to my good friend, Santos.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, NAIP and PSN President and everybody. I stand with the existing protocols. Thanks for this award, and it's been a great pleasure for me to accept this award. But I always believe that behind a good leader, there is an outstanding team. So it's been a great team that we have at Worldwide, almost 1,000 colleagues that have supported me to be where I am today. And I accept this on behalf of all the team. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this honor. Thanks, NAIP Chairman Ken, for giving this award to me. As far as the sponsorship of this project, it's definitely, I commit that we'll definitely do this. Being a multinational company, I need to go through the process before I commit any specific amount or to any project. So I assure you that, I'll go back and then take all the necessary approvals, and then before I send the commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We'll get back to you. Let me therefore hand the microphone to...
He's already taking the mic, sir.
Yeah, okay, yes. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to, first of all, congratulate NAIP for the success of this lecture and program. The chairman said there are awards and there are awards. When your professional body gives you an award, especially NAIP is a technical arms of PSN. That is where I belong to directly. I must say that this award is greatly appreciated, and I'm happy to receive, and I pledge that in any way I will continue to support the association. I want to wish the current executive, I want to tell them that they are doing very well, that they should continue in the good work they are doing, that they have our support. As regards the NAIP project house, I was telling Dr. Okoye earlier today that in the pharma industry, manufacturers are the most endangered species. When you talk of all the challenges being faced by the industry.
I would like to give the opportunity to Madam. I know you are representing your husband, and
He's absent because he's outside the country. And I'm grateful and I appreciate you people for the award given to him. On behalf of the staff and management of Megachem Nigeria Limited, we are supporting the project with the sum of ₦1 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll be coming to our big sister, Mrs. Kate Issa, somebody who has invested also in the industry, and we recognize your presence, and also to say some few words to us and tell us how you feel about this project for NAIP. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Oga Ken, I don't understand. There is a railroading, what is it called? It's MZO. Between MZO and Access, it's built. Abby? Thank you very much. This is an amazing event. And Ken, you've been doing an amazing work. I'm excited to be associated somehow. I'm not a pharmacist. I'm probably the only non-pharmacist around here right now. But standing on all existing protocols, we will catch you. Always hanging around with NAIP. We'll support with ₦5 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I know that my good friend has stepped out, Chief Ifeanyi Okoye, but I would like to give the opportunity to the woman behind the scene, my dear sister and in-law, Amaka Okoye, to please say something to us, how happy you are on this day, and what you feel about this project for NAIP.
Mr. Chairman, my president, Igwe, all protocols duly observed. We feel very delighted and honored. You know, recognition, like they said, there are so many types of recognition, so many types of honors, but to be honored by your own is something different. To be honored by your own profession. This profession is a profession I cherish so much. I'm a pharmacist, and I'm happy to be a pharmacist. You know, in the next world, I'll still be a pharmacist. So we're really happy to be honored by the association, and the one also we practice industrial pharmacy. We're really very happy to be part of it. Incidentally, he has gone because he has, like he said, an urgent call to leave this place. We have to support what we're doing. This is our project. And we have no option than to support it. Like Igwe said, if wishes were horses, I would have said, write a check of 200 million, and that's it. But it might not be very possible. So we support with a sum of ₦4 million. I also know that I have some friends here that I want to put one or two words to support this project on our behalf. So I still expect them to be able to say something. Maybe as the time goes on, I might call some of them to do something to support what we're doing. Thank you so very much.
I think it's better to just call them now to support you.
Those that I can see,
In front of your head.
Price of Juhel. What are you supporting? What do you want me to say?
Whatever madam will say. What? ₦1 million.
Thank you. I guess some people have disappeared. Okay, I guess some of them have disappeared. I'm sure they'll send messages across. If I see another one, I'll pin them down. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's Exam Pharma.
Thank you so much, madam. So please, a big hand of applause for Juhe. And that brings me to this very table. During the course of the lecture by our guest speaker today, a keynote address speaker, so much Komi was showered on the Indian community, the Indians themselves. I recall during my my project when I was in NIPS when the federal government gave me an opportunity for NIPS. I was in the study group to India, and I know you have what you call the high-tech city. There's a city for technology only, for production, etc. And that came out very well in today's guest speaker's paper. And so the Indians, you've invested in Nigeria. We're proud of you. I started in industry. Myself and Joel were both reps those days. I was an industry person. I left the industry to set up a retail. And my retail is over 30 years. So I can vouch that if we remove the Indian products from our shelf, we're almost nothing. This is not trying to blow your ego, but these are facts for those of us. I'm a former president of PSM. I'm a former national chairman of ACPM. So what I say is with facts. And therefore, I'm happy to be on the Indian table today for you to express how happy you are for so much good has been said about the pharmaceutical industry from the Indian group and your investment in Nigeria here. And to see that our people here, they are squatting, they are tenants, and they want you to support them for this project. So I'd like one of you to react on behalf of the Indian community. Over to you.
Good afternoon all, and I belong to myself Biswak, and I'm country head for the Hetero Lab. As for the protocols we have, definitely we are go with the NAIP, and we have a different protocols, so definitely we're going to announce. On behalf of the Indian community, our president is there and the all team member, definitely they will disclose something. Thank you all. Thank you, Father.
So we take your word that you're going to consult and you get back to NAIP. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your word, your kind words, and I hope that that will also come in not too long from now. We're narrowing down to our chief executive. There are many of them here. We know the industry is passing through a lot of pains, a lot of consolidation, but it transcends. It goes beyond just the industry. And without the industry, I've always said, of course, we don't have anything to showcase in pharmacy. And so I'd like to give the opportunity to the CEOs, the MDs that are here in pharmacy, and one of them is a good friend, Pharmacist Patrick Ikeja, the MD of Maiden Baker, my very good friend, to say something to us, how happy you are today. And the NAIP is looking for a roof, and I know you will certainly say something. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate NAIP, the chairman. Incidentally, the chairman of NAIP is my in-law, so I will both support as a profession and the fact that if I don't support, he will take my wife from me. Thank you so much. We appreciate what NAIP is doing. And as Maiden Baker, we're also going to do our bit. Please permit me, because of the nature of our industry, I will not be announcing something, but I've gotten the paper and I'll be writing something for NAIP. We were just discussing, and I said this is a bold step. We actually don't think that 200 million can build this fine house. Only NAIP knows how they will be able to do this. But please, let's support NAIP. This is worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you, the MD of Maiden Baker, for your words. And I'm sure being a friend to the ESCO and one of the strongest and the oldest, we're told today, Maiden Baker, in Nigeria, I'm not surprised why we've been able to stand the test of time. So thank you. I'd like to give opportunity to my good friend here, our own friend Ernest Okafor, who has been, I call it a broker, farmer broker, and we cannot talk about distribution of drugs in Nigeria without talking about him. And so when you finish producing, he picks up from the warehouse and he gets to us retailers. And they transcend beyond just Lagos, even outside Lagos and outside Nigeria. So let me give you the opportunity to say something about the project NAIP has put up. And I know you are a very good friend of the industry. God bless you.
Thank you, NAIP, and especially the executive being led by Ken Honorable. He muted to me that PDAM, the association I represent, should do something for NAIP. I reminded him that the association is still wearing diapers, and NAIP happened to be our father, our supplier, and the source of our existence. So PDAM might not be able to support you at this time, but on my personal capacity as the MD of NAIP Pharmaceuticals, we'll be supporting the association with the sum of 250,000.
Thank you so much, Ernest. God bless you. We're pressed for time because of the plenary session. But before I hand over the mic to the MC, we must recognize that Emzo Pharmaceutical is here. The CEO has graciously called that he will send something, and I recognize the representative here. Maybe just to say hello to us, I'll give you that opportunity, but already there's a message that something is coming from Emzo. And we cannot conclude this aspect without saying Emzo to say something to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Uzoma Ezoke. I'm an ED at Emzo. He announced that something is coming. What I see coming is a building. My brother Patrick has said he doesn't know the numbers, neither do I. But you know, when I saw a building project, I had some of the same thoughts I've had when I've seen building projects lately, especially with churches. I wondered, did something shift during COVID? Is that not a season when we learned that the building wasn't it anymore? I'm not dissuading you from the building, I'm just sharing thoughts. So I applaud the courage to go back to doing what we have been doing. On Emzo's part, as I said to Ken, wherever he is, I apologize. Thank you. I apologize again because we should have invested more time to relate with NAIP and understand what the vision is so that we know the best way to support and the best way to lift. So we're coming, but first we're coming to sit down and understand. Because if the Lord is no longer in the building, let's know where we're going. There may be another spearhead that will allow NAIP to make an even stronger mark at this time. So thank you so very much. We're really excited to see the honorees. You don't have to start here. So Igwe, thank you, representing all others. So we're here. We can't run away now. My sister Kate has said it should be Access Bank and Emzo. Thank God she said Access Bank first. So we'll pick something up. We're all in this together. Thank you, sir.
Hand of applause for her. Thank you for those kind words. Very willing to support any day, anytime. And the ball is in your court to arrange a meeting for a proper understanding of this project and for them to key in. On this note, I'd like to hand over the mic to the MC. But I'm told papers have been shared on every table. Please be kind enough, no matter what it is, just put down something on those papers. And before we disperse from here, there is no amount that is too small for a project of this magnitude. But I agree with one of the speakers here today, or one of those who made comment, that 200 million certainly will not put up a building of this nature at the current rate of the level of our economy. I'm privy to know what PSN is doing. They are building also. At the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy, I'm also privy to know. And they're also putting up a building at Yamba because all the other colleges have built their houses. Only pharmacy. The surgeons have built their own. Physicians have built their own. Only pharmacy is still in that dilapidated building. So certainly they need to go back to the drawing board. And I know 200 million will not put up a building of this magnitude. But God will bless all of you. God will help you. Particularly your ESCO, you are doing well. And I hope that lessons would have been learned from this exercise. Thank you.
Can we clap for our past president of PSN, Pharmacists, Tony Ahime, thank you for a good job done, sir. And thank you to all donors. While we are waiting for the monies to come in, please, this would have gotten to you. That's NAIP house support. Complete it and beckon on any one of us to come round and get our own copy while you have yours. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going through the plenary session. Okay. Oh, sorry. From Biorights Farm, 500,000 naira. Thank you, Alaji. Now it's time for me to truly recognize the discussants for this session. The lead discussant is Pharmacist Matthew Azoji, FPSN, MD, CEO, NAIP Pharmaceuticals. Welcome, sir. Please let's encourage them as they come up. To be followed by Mrs. Kate Issa, MD, CEO, Kachi Laboratories. Thank you, ma. In no particular order, Pharmacist Ikeja, Director of Physician Healthcare, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Pharmacist Dr. Lulu Ojo is being represented. Please, the representative. Thank you. Pharmacist Patrick Aja, MD, CEO, Man Becker Nigerian Limited. The last but not the least, Pharmacist Mrs. Uzoma Ezoke, Executive Director, EMZO Pharmaceutical Industries Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to stay put, pay attention, read gamut of personalities this side for this discussion. All right, so I will hand over to the lead discussant, Oga himself. Thank you. Can we appreciate that, please?
Please, can you put the slide? We have a brief. Huh? Well, maybe not. I gave a slide to a brief slide. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on all protocols that have been duly established as we go into this panel discussion. I believe we have all been well informed by the presentation earlier given by the lead speaker for today. But I just want to summarize the background to our discussion. And our theme today is Dwindling Economy, what is next for the pharma industries in Nigeria. Next slide, please. This discussion and this whole program has two major objectives. Number one is to ensure medicine security for Nigeria and indeed for Africa. Please continue. Continue, please. Now, what is medicine security? Medicine security is to have quality, safe, efficacious medicines available, accessible, affordable, and acceptable to patients. That's one of the key objectives of our industry. And that's one of the key objectives we are talking about, the dwindling economy. We want to make sure that even in this present condition we are going through as a country, that we as an industry players, we are able to make available to our patients quality, safe, and efficacious medicines. Continue, please. The second objective we have for this afternoon discussion is also to ensure that there is survival, sustainability, and thriving of our all industry players. We don't want our industry players to go extinct. Okay. Okay? If the industry players are surviving or thriving, we must be able to meet stakeholder expectations. And that involves return on investment for our investors, ensuring that we give excellent customer service, ensure that we are able to pay our suppliers, ensure that we meet regulatory obligations, and all other expectations that are met. And part of that expectation is still to ensure that we have medicines that are appropriate for our patients. Those are the key major objectives. That the industry is doing well and thriving. And looking at the background that the MD of Access Bank has given this morning, that we are able to grow as an industry, become bigger, both as individual organizations and also as a collective industry, we are able to do much bigger and do better for the patients and do better for all our stakeholders. Those are the two major objectives of this discussion. Now, but we are challenged with what already has been expanded. This collective dream is threatened in Nigeria because we have a dwindling economy that has been bedeviled by high inflation. And the inflation, as last month, as at August, is now over 20%, which, as has been said, is the worst in 10 years. Not only in Nigeria, globally, most nations in the world are undergoing some form of inflation today because of COVID and also of what is happening between Ukraine and Russia. But that of Nigeria has become more challenging because we also have a situation where our currency is getting weaker against most currencies in the world. The Access Bank Deputy Managing Director said it's 435 today, but we are in the industry know that we are not able to get it at 435. We are getting it, this week is about 750, 700 to 750. The worst situation is that even when you have the Naira, access to the volume of dollar you need is still very difficult. Because for you to be able to import with the dollar, it has to be one that is earned from outside. You don't have to use the one that is bought as cash. You have to transfer it from another bank to your bank, and then before you... And the banks are not even willing to do LCs unless you provide this dollar in the first place. So that's it. And then coupled with that, we have a situation of energy crisis. We are today... A tanker of diesel, I used to pay about 7 million naira. Now I'm paying 25, 26 million naira. That is energy crisis. And I know it offers some opportunity to the renewable energy that we heard about this morning. But that is the situation we are in. And even those that are using gas, I understand that the gas is not even readily available as you want it, when you want it. So that is the spiraling cost structure we have. And part of this situation is created by the low insecurity, which is also creating a situation where the investment in the economy is low. And then there's a budget deficit and debt servicing situation, which forces the government to go to what they call ways and means. Ways and means is a situation whereby sometimes government will go and print money, print more cash. So the liquidity situation is part of what is driving this inflation. And then that also, in order to deal with the inflation, the banks are increasing interest rates. Just yesterday, I received a letter from some of my bankers that they are increasing because of the MPR that has been increased to 15.5%. So that is the situation we are having, and this is creating a very challenging situation for all of us in that industry. Now, what's next for the pharma industry? That's what we are going to discuss. You have a situation of excess importation. This has already been said by the MD of Deputy Managing Director of Access Bank. Importation of finished products contribute about 70% of medicines used in Nigeria. And if you are a manufacturer, importation of primary inputs to our work is about 90%. So in the situation you have excessive importation and you have a poor access to forex, how do you deal with it? You have spiraling cost of business, yet you have stiff and unfair competition. Stiff competition in the industry, unfair in the sense that sometimes we are competing with fake and substandard medicines. And then you also have a situation whereby the purchasing power of the market is poor. Very high percentage of our population cannot pay for their medicines out of pocket. Nigeria has a very low insurance level. Less than 10% of the population depend on insurance. The rest pay from out of pocket. And most families do not budget for health. And that's why it's a big challenge. How do you do with local availability of primary inputs to this industry in a situation where you have poor collaboration for pharma innovation? How do we improve pharma innovation, collaboration within the industry? Those are some of the questions. And then in a situation where also dealing with pharma innovation, you have talent war. It has been referred to this morning by the chairman of this occasion of people going out of the country, brain drain, and then you have infrastructure issues, technology issues. So these are the issues we talk about. In order to, the lead speaker this morning has encouraged us to develop our industry. And we need to take up that challenge. How do you deal with it in a situation of unstable policy framework? These are the questions we are asking, and I want you to listen to us as we do. And then at the end of the day, if you have input to the discussion or questions, they will be welcome. Thank you very much. So in starting the discussion, I want to thank my colleagues who are going to discuss with me. And I would like to welcome, first and foremost, Ikeja, who is the Commercial Director of Fitsin PLC. Given the current challenging environment that we find ourselves, which appears to be worsening, it's not getting better, how can pharma industry leaders deal with these challenges in order to remain sustainable? In what ways can companies increase their own self-earning of forex? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Let me once again stand on existing protocol. 2 questions. I think let me start with sustainability first. In the situation we are in now, I think managing your cost and operational efficiency is critical. And I would just want to, on that, mention 3 or 4 things, and then I'll be done. Those of us, I think one thing we need to look at a lot is to improve our utilization. If you are able to drive up the volume of the products you are manufacturing, your unit cost will come down. For us as a company, this was something we have always known and we had worked out for years. 2 years ago in Fitsin, our turnover was 60% imported products and 40% local. At the end of this year, we will be 61% local and 39% imported. We're actually looking at 2 years down the line to 90% local and 10% imported. And the major benefit is that somehow your unit cost will come down significantly. It brings a lot of savings. I know there are manufacturers in this industry that have lines operating at as low as 35-40%. If you are running at capacity utilization that low, your cost will be high. There's nothing you can do about that. And I will encourage people like that to consider contract manufacturing. Even despite the volumes we are driving of our own products, we are also deliberately growing our contract manufacturing business to drive certain lines. Sure that our capacity is the price they are getting from India. It's not practical. Power alone will increase your cost by 30%. So I want to appeal to us, if we must grow the industry, we will all have to make compromises here and there. If you have a brand you are importing today, you are finding it difficult to get it, talk to a local manufacturer, be willing to take some extra cost. You have access to, I know people who are importing brands that have not been in the market for months because they can't find dollars. But a local player might be able to provide that for you. I mean, and you agree somehow your cost will be a little higher. But I think it's still better for you, and better for the manufacturer to increase its capacity utilization. A second thing, to save cost is to look at alternative sources of energy. We are lucky our facility is in Ota, where you have Shell pipelines. They are there, so you can tap directly. That's a lot cheaper than diesel. Unfortunately, because of vandalization, we all know virtually every month there will be a drop in gas pressure that is unusable. We have also invested in a gas station so we can actually buy the bullets. I'm sure you know those bullets they carry in trailers. So we also use that. We are also talking, I'm happy Starlight was here today, also talking to a company that is, not Starlight, another company that is also offering solar power. The point I want to make is the more diversified your sources of power is, the better for you. Diesel has become something else. And if you liberalize petrol, diesel might also get worse. So it's not looking better in the short term. So the more areas you have or diversify your power sources, the better. The third thing I want to mention is to improve your production efficiency and reduce waste. We say in Fitson that this is the way we used to do it, doesn't work anymore. We question everything. Every process, need to look at it again. Where can we save cost? Where can we do more with less? A fourth thing is also trying to drive down cost is bulk negotiation for inputs. We are fairly big in the industry, so our volumes are fairly big, but even then there are 2 or 3 companies we talk to regularly that are here that we consolidate purchases of raw materials. Some companies are fairly small, and I tell you, if you want to keep buying at your scope, your cost will be high. It will be high. So our guest speaker has mentioned that today, and it's something we have always discussed in Fitson. It's something we had spoken to companies 3-4 years ago, the need for consolidation in the industry. It has talked to me that 10% of 1,000 is better than 100% of 10. And I think it's something we need to look at very seriously. We are too fragmented. There are too many small players that it doesn't make sense. And business size matters. In any industry, there are players, because of size, that if they have issues, government will intervene. Because if that big player dies, it will very likely drag the whole industry down. But if you are a small player, you can sink without making any ripple. Nobody will even know. So the bigger you are, the better for you. So as industry players, I think we should take that advice very seriously, the need for consolidation. So the last point on saving costs I want to make is logistics. It has become also a very big issue. I mean, to ship things from here to Kano, it can get there in 5 days, it can get there in 3 weeks. You can't tell. The link between Ikeja and Abuja has been cut off over a week because of flooding. If you have a truck on the way that got stuck there, it can't go back, it can't go forward, it's stuck there. So options are coming up. I know the train thing is now happening and all that. But look at your processes again and see what can improve, what can be outsourced, what can people do for you at a cheaper rate. So I've just made 5 points on operational efficiency, and I'll just leave it there. Let me talk about Forex. If you want to generate Forex, your best bet is exports. And I'm happy that the guest speaker talked about that a lot. Let me make 2 quick points on that. The African Continental Free Trade Area, the sheer number of countries is the biggest free trade area in the world, 55 countries, no other one like that. We are talking Africa of 1.3 billion people. That is big. And I think as an industry, we need to be a lot more bullish about exports. And let me talk specifics. These are things we have explored at FITSIN. If you look at our neighbors to the north, if you look at Mali, look at Niger, look at Chad, they use drugs. They have very little or no manufacturing capacity. They are all landlocked. A lot of their big pharma players import from India. Of course, they avoid Nigeria for obvious reasons. They import, the products arrive by sea to Benin or Ghana or Sierra Leone. They clear, normal clearing, and truck it by road across 2 or 3 countries to get home. The cycle is 70 to 90 days. A lot of them will be very glad to buy from Nigeria at a little premium. You can do that turnaround in 30 days. You can truck from Sokoto easily. In a week, you are in any of those countries. I want to challenge us, as manufacturers in particular, to begin to set up export units. We're already doing that now. All you need is a rep-level person who can travel around these countries to say, we have this, we can do this for you, we can do that for you. As big as we are, I still see companies from India coming to me with a list of 50 products. We will give you diclofenac tablets, and I'm wanting diclofenac tablets. We will give you omeprazole capsules. Everybody in Nigeria does that. But they go around the whole of West Africa, and they're able to find customers. And I'm sure if we put men on the road, we will get results. It will take a while, but from country to country to country, we will get results. So I want to encourage us as a group, to take exports very, very seriously. It will do us a lot of good. And 2 things are working for us. I think around April, both NAFDAC and PCN were certified as level 3 regulators. It says something about products coming from Nigeria. So because we are regulated, Egypt is a very big exporter. Their regulator is also level 3. In Nigeria, there are a lot of products from Egypt. It's also level 3. So if we go anywhere to sell what we have, people will listen to us because of the regulatory environment. So it's something we need to explore. A few of us, I saw somebody from IDA here, a lot of international funds today are insisting on getting products manufactured in that local environment. They are insisting they put those funds. They pay in dollars. So if you have the right facility, they actually funds. I've talked about export. Even without exporting, you can earn dollars locally. If you have the right facility, I can see a few manufacturers nodding because they're already enjoying that. So it's here that if we upgrade these facilities, the thing is meet basic requirements. We should be able to earn dollars. The last thing I will just mention is, if you're not able to do any of those, build relationship with exporters. There are some exporters really today who can sell dollars, but a lot of them actually it still comes down to size. They're not interested in people who want to buy $40,000, $50,000. If you are doing bigger scale, they'll be able to talk to you and you can get something with them. So for time, I think I'll just stop there. I have talked about operational efficiency. I've talked about how we can earn dollars here and there. And if there are questions, I'll be glad to take later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Ola, you have really dealt with that topic very well. Thank you very much. Emphasizing operational efficiency and encouraging us to invest in export to earn more foreigners. And then upgrade our facilities so that we can also manufacture for multinationals who are not willing to have their own manufacturing facility locally. I will now go to the MD of May and Baker Nigeria PLC Pharmacist Patrick Ikeja. A critical assessment of the pharma industry has already been done this morning. The business shows that industry relies heavily on importation for survival. In your opinion, how can stakeholders reduce the level of importation given the current poor access to Forex? What do you think is the place of pharma contract manufacturing in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, sir. And I also think Ola has mentioned quite some things that even leads into this. Okay, so we already know, and I was hoping that the guest speaker this morning was going to show us a better way of getting Forex. It seems they too have those challenges. And we all understand the challenge of Forex. There's no money anywhere. You only get money when you sell stuff. So if you're not selling, you're not getting Forex. And I've been reading something that some people have been sharing, how America basically holds all of us to ransom, because even when you sell things or you do every other thing is on US dollars. So America basically just sells dollars across the world and owe you and all of that. So the truth still is, like Ola said, the more things we can export, it allows us to get more dollars. But that's on the one side of it. The other side is, if all of us in this room are queuing up behind the office of Access Bank to get dollars, it gets more difficult. They are going to get confused. And I think that's the challenge. So when we are importing finished products, probably, I like to say that most of our MSMEs and maybe some other smaller companies, many of our NAIP companies, what you're also doing with companies in India, companies in China, is contract manufacturing. So really the question is, contract manufacturing in India or China and contract manufacturing in Nigeria, what is the difference? Like he mentioned, NAFDAC is already ML3, which means at least they have the ability to regulate companies, maybe companies like us. And because we are here, my factory is in Ota. His factory is in Ota. Emzo is here. The truth is, if any of our products has problem, the DG NAFDAC is going to call me directly. She doesn't have to send FBI or anybody. She's going to call me and say, what are you doing? But the truth is, some of the companies that are manufacturing for us, we don't even know the companies. We don't even know the places. Some of them are not better than our companies. So my point really is, these companies at least have some recognition by NAFDAC. Some of us even have international recognitions. WHO just did another audit of my facility 2 weeks ago. You know, some of us already have sort of WHO certification. So the truth is, we need to collaborate. The situation we are in now means that we need to collaborate. If there are challenges with the price, can we discuss it? Can we discuss it? Frankly, it's more difficult for you to be struggling to bring 2 containers from India when somehow he probably will bring 10 containers, I probably will bring 10 containers of the APIs that will produce 50 containers of what you're trying to bring 2 containers from India. You know, so based on scale, really, it's not efficient. So I'm thinking that with the Forex situation, with the challenges of COVID, we probably might do better in seeing some of the areas where we can help one another, collaborate, win-win situation. If price is the issue, can we discuss it? I even like to say that another thing is, even the companies manufacturing for you in India, if we collaborate, I might be able to get a better negotiation than you, based on size and scale. So I still think that where we are now, the industry needs to come together so we can get some relevance before government. I mean, like he said, I came from FMCG, and I know that there are some FMCG companies, if they have a challenge, the government is going to listen. The sheer size of what they contribute to the economy is such that if anything happens to them, the company is going to feel it. If we collaborate, we come together, we could get that size that gets government to listen to us. And in fairness, I think government also listened to us during COVID. We need more of those kinds of listening. Commercial rates in the country will make it difficult when you join that with the issue of Forex. Make it difficult for us to be competitive. And that is why, like the guest speaker said, we do high volume. And we are getting to a situation where if we do not find a way of collaborating to drive down costs, we'll get into a situation where selling more doesn't help you. Because the more you sell, the more you lose. Having said that, because of time, I also like to say that there are other areas of collaboration that we can also get into. It was good listening to Starsight because even some of us that use gas, we're getting to a situation where the gas is not in. The gas generator that we use in my factory, on renting that, I was paying about 6.something million. It just increased by 300 and something % per month. And like he said, with the vandalization in August, there was no gas at all. So power supply increased by 300%. So when you put all of those together, and some of us are still running on 50% capacity, the generator is going to be running whether you're doing 100% or you're doing 50%. So that's why I say when we have a conversation and we see what is possible and we do the math, it might be for all of us. Long story short, the less the number of people going to the banks for Forex and the more support we have locally on local manufacturers will make us stronger than we are currently, will allow efficiency in the utilization of power and all other things that we need to utilize. And in the end, it might become a win-win, and you still get the quality products that you need, which we can guarantee is not going to have problem because, like we said, everything that comes out, NAFDAC already would have checked it. And we are not going to cheat because she has my number, she has her number, she has his number. If anything happens to any of our products, the DG NAFDAC is going to be calling us directly. So as we support ourselves, it's all going to be better for the country and especially for our industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him again. He has told us that we need to work together to increase the level of local manufacturing as a way of minimizing the need for Forex. And of course, collaboration, also part of it is in terms of those that are importing finished products can do their contract manufacturing locally. Now, I'm going to Pharmacist Uzoma. Is it okay? Executive Director, Emzo Pharmaceuticals Limited. And I would like you to build on what Patrick Ikeja has said, but I would like you to focus on how to minimize importation of primary inputs to industry, how to minimize importation of APIs and even excipients. What are the strategies we can adopt in the industry to build up this capacity as an industry? Which stakeholders are necessary for that? What do we really need to do? Because this is very important. Because even when you are doing local manufacturing, importation of the materials you need is still a huge chunk that affects how successful we will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Isola and Patrick for your contributions. You've made it easy. I think anybody in the room can answer the question. How do you reduce the need to import more? You make more. locally. So I think the question is the how. How do we actually set about making APIs here? I can't even say make more, because currently we make zero. Even maize starch upon all the delicious corn roasting on every street in Lagos and other cities. We don't even make pharmaceutical-grade cornstarch in the country. But my eye is drawn to the theme. You know, if the answer is make more, how do we make more in a dwindling economy? Well, the word dwindling makes me think of strength fading, light fading, of darkness in some way. So how do you do more or even get started in the dark? What I do know happens in the dark is we dream in the dark. That's when you sleep, that's when you power down your system and your subconscious takes over. In a dwindling economy, we're having nightmares. We're not having sweet dreams. So how do you leverage on a nightmare? COVID was a nightmare that nobody in this room escaped. Nobody in the world escaped. During COVID, importation or the lack of access to inputs reached a whole new level. You know, we found out what it meant to be at the bottom of the totem pole, where countries closed their borders and said, we first, and then we'll see what's left to export. And then also, during that time, even those who were willing to sell took the bidding to a level, and even some of them said, you know, your market cannot accept this price. And they were right. So how do we do it? Well, I think part of it is you have to get angry and you have to get fed up. Because it felt like slavery. You know, that's the word I would use. You know, we're landlocked. We're stuck in place. We don't know how to get off this ship that's taking us to a dwindling place. So maybe I will use the EMSO model. Last year, EMSO announced a plan for API manufacture. So if I could use that maybe as a bit of a roadmap for addressing it. We recognize that we weren't even dwindling, we're coming from zero. So how would you come up from the ground up? So I was very angry. There were a couple of phone calls with suppliers that you thought you had a good relationship with, until the financial really came to the fore and you realize you're just another number. And unfortunately, your number has an N in front of it, not an S with slashes. And it doesn't have much value. So we got really angry about it. The API project was probably 8 years away. It was always somewhere in the mind, a distant dream. But you awaken from a horrible nightmare, and you have to ask yourself, if I wake up from this kind of dream and I continue to do what I have been doing, am I well? So we reached out because we don't know how to make APIs. APIs are actually more closely allied to the chemical industry than they are to the pharmaceutical industry. It's not know-how that we had. We checked in the country. Apparently, it's not know-how that we really have in the country either. So we reached out to suppliers who were selling us API and said, look, we won't continue to buy. Are you at the table for a discussion on how we can enter into a partnership, maybe a technology transfer, so that we can actually start to do it? But you know, perhaps part of waking up from a nightmare is you have to switch your thinking. Because in that nightmare, you saw Juju Calabar or Madame Koi Koi or whatever was the stuff of your nightmares when you were a child. You know, so you have to figure out, how am I going to face this giant? So a big part of that was de-risking. Just a couple of statistics. The API global market, 2020, roughly $187 billion. Still growing. The projection for 2025 is $248 billion that Nigeria doesn't get any of right now. We are paying into somebody's billion-dollar account, but nothing is coming in because we don't export. So it was deciding where do you start from? These are such big figures. So we said, well, what is unique to us? What is local to us? Malaria, you know, is something that is endemic in our region. So most manufacturers here make some kind of anti-malarial product. So we said, okay, we may not know API, but we know anti-malarials. So anti-malarial figures, APIs for anti-malarials are about 330 million, which kind of shows you it is a regional problem. You know, if the figure would be much higher if malaria was endemic elsewhere. And then if you break it down some more, the main anti-malarials we use here are the WHO recommended artemisinin combinations, things like artemethyl lumefantrine, and you're seeing the emergence of dihydroartemisinin and piperacin. These are the standard formulations. If we go from the 330, 179 million is in that portfolio, then bring it in regionally, looking at the Free Trade Area Agreement. 79 million of that 179 is Shaw Banker. This is in our backyard. You don't have to go and look for it. It's right here. So when we looked at other portfolios, we felt that we would de-risk by selecting something that is already happening in the country at a very large scale and something that is maybe more protected from policies, etc. You know, malaria, unfortunately, is here. Even with the advent of the new malaria vaccine, you know, it's still clear that chemotherapy isn't taking medicines, and mosquito nets are still going to be a part of that. So very important to actually look at it. And Patrick said something. If there's an issue, the DG NAFDAC will not let you rest. She'll call you. And I want to say, I don't know the proportion, but the quantity of API samples that we reject on a monthly basis is staggering. We've even had people trying to sell us things that are not even human grade. They are veterinary grade. You know, assuming that when we don't have the technology to test it or we don't have the monographs. So the risk to us isn't just how much are we getting. What are we getting? What are we putting into people? We have rising numbers of liver failure, kidney failure, all these failures. Where's this stuff coming from? What goes in, garbage out. And it's quality by design, beginning with APIs. So one partner was especially receptive, and we continue the conversation. They also happen to be WHO pre-qualified and the world's largest manufacturer of antimalarials. So the risk is coming down. You're narrowing your scope. You're going into a space where even you yourself, you can buy some of your own APIs. Although my brother over there has said they will buy, right? Yes, that if we make it, or rather when we make it, they will buy. And those are the collaborations that we need to be having. So you have to decide that you must do something, de-risk the approach to it. And then the partners, I've talked about technical. But for something like API, because it's a new industry, the other partner that must be at the table is government. And I put them under financial as well as policy. I almost wanted to tackle Chizoma earlier when she was talking to us about the official exchange rate. And later I'll tell her that's so insincere and unfair. You know, it's like talking to us about the 187 billion. We don't make any. We're out of that market. We don't have access to bank rates. We're out of that market. So we need government to talk to us at the level that we are on and looking at where we can go. So just to round out, that has to be a policy. I know PMG-Man was represented here. That's taken very seriously. Sometimes people joke and they'll say, big pharma, you know, when you enter the room. And I will say, yes, I receive it by faith because we actually don't have big pharma in Nigeria. Big pharma doesn't borrow money. What's the 200 million naira building? Big pharma will build it for you, put their name on it. Big pharma will build R&D labs because they have the resources. You know, we have the larger players in Nigeria, but we are not big pharma in the global sense. Big pharma can get a government in the middle of a crisis to say, you are funding our R&D for the COVID vaccine, and they get it out in a year. That's the power of big pharma. But we can learn. You know, so Ms. Ola, I'll be coming because you didn't come to me to know if I want to aggregate API purchase. I do. So we have to start to work together and understand that that's the only way out. But government policies, we need grants. Other industries receive grants. For instance, there's the NATIP that the agricultural sector have. It's a technology and innovation plan that has certain funding following it. We have NIPRID, which is the body that's charged with the research and development. You know, funding that comes through NIPRID should also be channeled to these new areas of industry. Even if somebody is making a finished product for the first time, that should be supported. I know there are things like pioneer status, which is a very long journey to get, but it needs to be expanded so that it is not just Fitson or May & Baker or Emzor, so that some companies who you don't know, who are quietly doing good work, can also have their work funded. So downstream refinery projects get a lot of allowances, tax exemptions, all sorts of things. We are at that stage now. But how can the government also help us in terms of policy so that if there are massive imports coming from a country, they also get to say, you know what, we hear from our manufacturers that they no longer receive any credit facilities or dwindling credit facilities, that given the volume of business you're doing with our country, High Commissioner, we want to talk about this. Call your people together. We have to ease the constriction. Because if they have to borrow money, it's at what percent? Low single-digit rates. And the intervention fund was a double-digit rate. And only a few could qualify to access it. So the policies must be there so that if anybody goes and makes an investment to do something that's never been done, a policy must follow that to ensure there's a buffer so they have a chance of success. So I think it's just wake up. Don't fear the masked, I actually didn't feel Juju Calabar. I'm from a town called Arondizogo in Imo State where the masquerades are born. So I can't imagine fearing anything in a mask. But I remember I used to have this giant grasshopper that used to chase me in many of my dreams as a child. So what I need from the government is an enabling, whether it's a mirror that makes the grasshopper look at me and think I am bigger because my government is holding that mirror. Whatever it is, we need to ask for it, and the time has never been better. We can't dwindle away Nigeria, giant of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. You've given us hope that at least a company in Nigeria is going solo, seeking for a way to start in this very large market. And I would like to encourage you. We've narrowed your opportunity to one sector that is relevant to Africa. That's also a big size, $79 million. Is it billion or million?
Well, that's just Artemisinin.
Artemisinin, yes. Yes, 79 million, okay. Yes, that's for Artemisinin market for API. And she has said that it requires foreign partnership, those that are willing to work with you faithfully and helpfully, and our government should be part of it. We need grants, the right policy, tax holidays, and things like that. And all of these are very, very important. And we know that government has a lot of role also to play in the API because a lot of talk has been going on for many years about the issue of petrochemical industry. This really, I don't know why the government has not been able to have the courage to go into it, because it will not only help the pharma industry, it will also help agriculture, it will help the plastic industry. Once you go to the petrochemical industry, there's a lot already in it. And of course, collaboration has also been said in R&D and aspects of also how to translate the herbal, elements of the herbal phytomedicines to finished products. These are areas that also we can have APIs. I would like to, Pharmacists talked a lot about involvement of government. So I want to call the MD of Kachi Laboratories Limited, who's sitting right there on my left, Mrs. Kate Issa, to say what strategies would you recommend for pharma industry to engage with key policy stakeholders and decision makers to ensure an enabling environment for the industry to grow, to thrive? How do we go about engaging? Because the DMD of Access Bank talked a lot about this also, just like Mrs. Ezeoke has said. How do we go about engaging them? How can the industry get government and CBN to open special window for Forex? When she finished that, I still have another question for her, but let's not finish just that one yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's appreciate her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's interesting. The chairman of the occasion said that pharmacy is not all about pharmacy, it's not all about pharmacists. I'm the only one sitting on the side of this room who doesn't have PhAM attached to her name. I understand that doctors and pharmacists are the smartest. We're the smartest and belong to the Dundee side of things. But I'm very honored to be part of that non-pharmacist that is a pharmacist. I'm excited to be part of you. I belong to a world that you need and a world that needs you. Going back to the question, how can you get government interested? What can we do about policies that relate to what EMSA is trying to do, what MMB and FITSIN and Juhel, what the big companies and the smaller ones, the Indian companies, the Indian community, you've been praised a lot here. How do we engage the government? In 2010, I'm going to take it far away, 2010 and I think 2008, 2010, my husband and I ran for governorship of Kogi State. We left everything and we went to present ourselves. We want to, do something about governance, do something about this, the Kogi State. We would go to a place like Hawaii, and I'm going, oh, beautiful. Razak would say, it's just like Ikeja, and I'm like, which Ikeja, the one I know or the one I don't know? But he was seeing something I wasn't seeing. And, when I started to think about it, I thought, if you clean it a little bit, if you go to Lord Lugar's house and recreate it the way it was, clean up a bit, put a good conference facility by the confluence, you can pull international conferences to Ikeja. And while they're there, they're dropping the yen and dollar and euro and pound, But the people didn't take us on. They thought, the leaders, the people who lead them thought somebody like Razak wasn't going to bow to what they want. He's his own man, he'll do his own thing. And so they didn't let us win. And thank God they didn't, because right now he's actually refining crude oil in Imo State. So petrochemical is coming indeed. What am I trying to say? We sat back and allowed other people to go into politics. We said it was dirty. We say it was, it's not something we want to do. Where you see two Nigerians that are talking, criticizing Nigeria, but are not doing anything about it. How do the pharmaceutical industry get the government to do what is needed for the industry to thrive, like they do in the United States? The pharmaceutical industry in the United States is powerful. They're affluent. They decide a lot of things. The pharmaceutical industry can be that way. But how do you do it? We start by actually taking an interest. Say, show me your PVC. Anybody has PVC in this room? Your show of hands. Who has PVC here? Person, 2, 3, 4. Let me add mine. A friend of mine told me recently, and I'm digressing to get to somewhere. A friend of mine told me recently that he decided, it was in June, she decided that everybody in her house, to get their salary, they have to show PVC. I thought, oh, that's a good idea. So I told my residence manager, I said, you know what? For the payroll this month, the lady that does the payroll, she's sitting there. She will need a photocopy of everybody's PVC. After a few weeks, one person showed PVC. He got paid. The others, all but one, then showed their PVC. They got paid. The last one got their PVC. I told my team in the office, I said, I can't hold your salary. You take me to tribunal. But if you want me to use my eyes to look at anything that is of interest to you, in the file, put photocopy of your PVC and the PVC of everybody in your department. If they're not complete, I'm not looking at it. There was mutiny. But can I tell you, the files that come to my office these days, they have photocopies of PVC. So what I'm saying is, get engaged. You can't say that politics is dirty, it's affecting your life, it's stealing from you. Get engaged. And when you are engaged, you care because you stand and vote. And if your vote is not counted, then you actually protest it. You're a stakeholder in it. That's the first thing for me is everybody is a civic responsibility. Take it seriously. The other thing is, here we are, no lights, no water. We're all federal government of EMSA, federal government of May and Baker. We produce our own water, we generate our own power, and we do everything, and then they tax us to death. The idea that, I've been told not to criticize government, so maybe I shouldn't. The idea of growing the economy to some people, leaders in this government, is increasing tax. Growing economy means go increase the tax. And someone said, because inflation is so high, increased interest rate. Might it be that because there's no foreign exchange and the exchange rate is going up, it's driving inflation? We should do something about that. But how do we engage them? If we don't, sometimes people think, public sector is so corrupt, so public sector is not good, and we stay away from them. And for those of us in this room who go by, they say you call yourselves Christians, which I call myself as well. Jesus Christ never hung out with Pharisees and Sadducees. He stayed with the sinners. And while he was in their presence, whining and dining, they were changing. So if you think the public sector is not good, get in. And while you're there, whether you're serving them, supplying to them, or being part of it, while you're there, you're going to make change happen. Now, come back to what we can do immediately. Fractionated, as everybody here has said, we can't do too much. But collaborating, cooperating, coming together, we can begin to engage the key decision makers in the government, because we can present our case that this is a very important industry, a very important sector. And I am actually volunteering to participate, join you in the fight. I know that some individuals in this country get foreign exchange at crazy rates. Why is pharmaceutical industry not getting it? I know that, some people have access that's, in fact, it's a long story. I won't tell you the story because it will take too much of your time. Sometimes you think people know what they're doing. But when you get close, I will tell the story, please allow me. A particular organization was doing some things. And they had malams in Wuse Market carrying contracts to supply things that were critical to your industry. It was EMSO I used as my example. I went to the makers because I have access, because I don't leave them because they, people say they're not good. I go in there. I refuse to join the group, and I must be light and salt while I'm there. I went to different decision makers there. I say, Oga, not be these people go do this thing. So they will set up this place, and EMSO will carry their balances or whatever to go and they will use, the people will go to China and buy cement, cast cement as mass calibrate. And EMSO will carry their weights there, they will calibrate it, and they will use it to measure out APIs to make medicine because they think it's been done right and people will be dying. I said, this medicine is for especially babies and old people. It's so important. It's about life. And the man said it's true. He didn't think of it that way. As far as concerned, it was a business. So that engagement made him to begin to think. Some other person said, legal consequences. Now, when I sabi about the legal, I'm talking life and death here. They then got a credible company to actually gather all of those contracts that were given to those who say traders to execute on their behalf. So whatever is being done is done quality. I'm talking getting involved, thinking about the lives of the people, and not thinking they know, going to make a difference. If we can come together, PSN, NAIP, all of the above, the big pharma companies and all, and actually put together a very small group to begin to engage government strategically. I think we can get listening voice. I think we can actually get to the place where it becomes important for the pharmaceutical industry to access foreign exchange as one of the key sectors of the economy, because it's life and death. You know, I think we can actually begin to engage to have policy changes that will help the industry. So it's access to foreign exchange, collaboration, using the power of the majority to begin to talk to key strategic people to get their ears. We have to marshal our case, our points, you know, and present it. I believe that we can make a way, you know, get a headway there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. She has really told us what to do. We must be involved where the decision is being made. That's the summary. And we need to put up a group, high-powered group within the industry to begin to engage strategically with government and other key decision makers. Thank you very much. We have been given time notice to round up, so I want to ask our next panel member to make it very brief, and that is Samson Omata of Phyllis Pharmaceuticals, here representing Lulu Ojo, who is unavoidably absent. I want to ask him to talk briefly because the lead speaker this morning says something about mergers and acquisitions. What is your opinion about it? Do you think it's a viable this thing within our industry?
Okay. I just want to start by saying that many of us are losing out from viable opportunities from international companies or from some key partners because we fail to put our house in order. In the sense that before we can go into merger or acquisition, we need to put our house in order. There's what is called self-regulation. By self-regulation, you need to audit yourself by setting out some standards, you know, without waiting for an external auditor, without waiting for NAFDAC or whatever. I remember there was a time when I came up in my company trying to ensure that we are as par on quality management system. Although one or two persons tried to resist it, but by the time we are done, we got a lot of international organization contracts because we're able to meet up with the requirements from most of those foundations. For example, UK aid, US aid cannot come up to you if you don't meet some certain requirements. So we need to have this quality mindset in the sense that if I should ask in the room today, your organization, do you have a quality management system? Do you have a, you know, today NAFDAC is talking about things relating to pharmacovigilance. Do you have a pharmacovigilance system? Now, do we have some certifications like PQs or ISO certifications and the rest of them? Most of us, we do things without documentation. We all know that it says if you don't document what you are doing, that means you are doing nothing. We don't have a good documentation process. We don't have a good, mindset of quality. Now, if you don't have that quality mindset at the back of your mind, I tell you, in the nearest future, you'll be out of business. Now, if you set your house in order, it will be, it will enable investors to look at you, look at your systems, and they'll be willing, to come and invest. They'll be willing to maybe acquire a part of it and the rest of them. We saw the example of Access Bank and Diamond Bank. If they don't have any record in place, how will they, meet Diamond Bank and be able to merge together? How can even contract manufacturing be done?
these days, a lot of importers are faced with forex situations, and what is in their mind? They are looking at local partners. Oh, who is already doing this thing? Who can I collaborate with to start a contract manufacturing? If you don't have a robust quality management system where you have documented processes, where you have even the BCPs in place, like the business continuity plan and the rest of them, should COVID happen, or should another pandemic come our way, what are we really going to do? Some of us just do things, we don't document some of those things, because it is from your record that someone will be able to merge, or someone will be able to have a lot of other businesses or other dealings with you. So we need to change our mindset, the way we think. We need to put quality at the forefront, because if our industry is highly regulated, it's not like the textile industry that anything goes. We have a lot of standards which you must meet. We have the standards relating to good manufacturing practice, good storage practice, good pharmacovigilance practice, and the rest of them. We need to look at this thing. We need to have a checklist so as we put our house in order, so that in the long run, we'll be able to fix our company so that others can look at us and be able to invest in them by building or putting up funds and the rest of them into it. So just because of our time, I just end here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He said, yes, it's good to think about mergers and acquisitions. However, we must put our house in order. First of all, as individual organizations, and then as an industry. We can embrace self-regulation, and we can operate quality management system that enables us to document what we do, so that when there is opportunity for such mergers and acquisitions, there will be records to track the past, so that you can create a better future. Okay, let's appreciate Pharmacist Samson Omata again. Okay, now I had promised that there will be one or two comments from the audience, and I think we have said so many things, even though I've been given a notice of time. I don't know, I would feel that it is good to take at least two comments, one from a lady. Comment or question, yes, one from a lady and one from a man. Okay, sir, you can come. Please give him a mic.
Thank you very much for the opportunity you have given me. Yes. Going through the panel of discussions, I can see all of you are multinationals. M&B, EMZO, Filsin. It's local, but they have multinational status. I know what. There's nobody there that is really representing the real indigenous among the panel. And capping up with that, EMZO, I say, is more like a multinational. I know EMZO office in India. I don't have office in India. So just my chairman, I know what I'm talking about. Now, you have talked about a lot of things that involve a lot of technicalities. Collaboration, working together. Even when you talk of contract manufacturing, it involves quite a lot of things. Policy changes, business environment changes. When you have an agreement on ground, it is not anything you can change every minute. You know, in Nigerian policies changes, things changes every day. You buy something 10 naira today, tomorrow it's already 15 naira, and so on and so forth. Now, we have not actually hit two key points. One is government policy. We're only told to be involved so that we can influence government policies. But what are the areas we can explore in areas of government policy itself? Number two, regulatory. None of our discussions today have ever talked about regulation. Pharma industry is over-regulated, unless we want to deceive ourselves. I'm talking as man chairman. Recently, one of the companies invested $15 million in a plant in Ilorin. He wanted to register 12 products. He just called me one day and said, my chairman, sir, they say I can only register 2 products per quarter. We have not talked about that. If there are issues of regulation and we don't have the capacity and the resources to do it, we can do the two together. The way we were doing before didn't have any problem. So we can do it together. It's good that NADAC is doing a lot of things, and PCN and the rest. But I want to advise that NAIPs will engage regulators so that the real indigenous can grow. Thank you very much.
Can we take the second question, preferably from a lady?
If
Any lady
no
in the
lady
house
with a question,
wants?
can a man take the role?
Okay, if there's no lady willing to take a question or comment, can we take from another person?
Anybody at all? Question or comment? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Or afternoon. My name is Raphael from Kwisejik. I think all the speakers, they all had very relevant points, and I agree with all of them. But one thing, I believe I'm part of PMG Man, I'm also part of APIN and a few other organizations. So now I feel a lot of the conversations we're having are in isolation. You know, NAFDAC now is level 3. And, I remember before NAFDAC adopted UNIDO, it was a case of, they're just coming to do the inspections, etc. But all of a sudden, they went ahead with UNIDO. Now, the issue is we're talking about manufacturing. We want, like the other gentleman said, there are other smaller companies. Now, AFCT is coming, we need to build a facility. I would like to have a WHO facility. However, it costs a lot of money, even with the comments earlier about the CBN intervention fund. Now, if I got the CBN intervention fund, I'll still pay, I'll still source for FX on top of the money. I'll still have to pay duty on that money I'm getting. I'll still have to pay tax on. But no, I think it was a conversation I had with PMG Man. I mentioned we should look at areas about getting waivers. Look at India, for example. They're able to leapfrog from where they were to where they are now. So for us, if we're having conversations about growing the economy, growing the industry, I think it's important that we're making deliberate attempts. And although this is a long conversation, I want to challenge the chairman of NAIP, if it's something that he can chair. Let's put everybody together. Let's have conversations together. Have CBN on the table, have NAFDAC on the table, so that if NAFDAC is aggressively going ahead to get level 3 or whatever, the other players in the industry are able to match up. Because NAFDAC, we have like the FCTA, so it's a big opportunity for Nigeria. So if the government is not looking ahead, I would like the NAIP chairman to chair that conversation so that we can grow the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions and the comments. They are quite germane. So I will want the MD of May and Baker, Patrick Ikeja, to just try to answer those questions. What is our position with the way NAFDAC is regulating the number of products to be registered, and then government policy, which government policies are we talking about, and things like that. I would like him to make a few comments on that. Thank you.
Related. Thank you so much, and sir, I do appreciate. I do appreciate your point. Incidentally, we don't quite have much time in this panel to be able to discuss some of those in detail. But speaking about regulation, it still boils down to some of the comments we have made, which the other speakers talked about, collaboration. The truth is, the same thing I mentioned about Forex also applies to NAFDAC. If all of us in the room here, both the person who is importing, the person who is manufacturing, chances are 10 companies are queuing behind NAFDAC to register similar products.
So by the time 10 companies want to register 5 products each, and NAFDAC have limited resources, under PMG-MAN, we had a meeting with NAFDAC when that regulation came up that is only 2 products they can take per quarter, and we said it's not possible. And we're having a conversation, okay, how do you want us to help you to get more resources so you will be able to review these dossiers, be able to do X, Y, Z, and register more products? We actually found out that going by the government process, before they recruit one person, the processes they need to go through to recruit one person, even if we are paying for it, is cumbersome and all of that. So the challenge is, if there are many requests going to the same NAFDAC to register 5 products for each company, it becomes difficult. And that is why we are thinking that if there are ways we can collaborate, given the limited resources we have, it might make things a bit better. That's number 1. Number 2, I know there are smaller companies. Yes, we are sort of looked at as big pharma or multinationals. But let's not get intimidated by that. We are all facing the same thing. We're facing the same problems. But through the organizations of NAIP, PMG-MAN, and a whole lot of others, we can bring issues that we could solve together and make it a bit easier for the smaller companies. And let me be honest, in the situations we are in now, by reason of what I know, I am not advising you to go and get WHO certification. You probably would have died before you even get an audit. It's the truth. So, but what we can say, in our situation, how can M&B, how can EMZO use the expertise they have, probably under NAIP or under PMG-MAN, to assist your quality people, your audit, through a training to get some of these levels that you require? We can get into all those kinds of discussions. And that's why I'm talking about collaboration. For instance, if you need any of our companies to do contract manufacturing for you, we know you do not have the, Sanofi is sending people from outside to audit my facility, sending this and all of that. So you may not have that ability, but I can help you cover some of those grounds that you cannot cover because I want to manufacture for you. I can help you with the documentation because I want to manufacture for you. So these are some of the ways where our capacities can help your capacity and improve. And because of time, we can get into more of these discussions after. Thank you.
I request Mrs. Ezeoke just a minute, just 1 minute, because we're under pressure of time.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions that border on the sense of the small company. What about the small company? For the first time, I heard that being indigenous has levels. I didn't know that. Please, let's not do that to one another. The truth of the matter is things are changing so fast. NAFDAC had to get ML3 in the looming continental free trade area. Go and look at Ghana. Look at their import ceiling, as in the list of products they will not allow into their country. They have a very aggressive list. Ghana has ML3. Tanzania has ML3. Is it Egypt that just got it? So we can't be the giant that is small and giant in name. Because when the borders open, Rwanda is doing some very interesting things with a continental free trade area agreement. People are running on the continent, people smaller than us, even though the majority of the manufacturing is with us. So I will borrow a leaflet from what Samson said. Please, we have to get our house in order. The goalpost has shifted. The standards are higher. They are not coming down. So get your house in order. Find your niche. We mustn't all make the same things. Find your niche. But if you wait for someone to say, okay, you're over here, let's wait, it's not coming. So I think the way is collaboration, and let's pull one another along before something greater than us on the continent pulls us along, or worse still, washes into our country without a barrier response. Thank you.
1 second. Just tying, going off of what everyone is saying. NAFDAC's capacity to test everybody's products may not be so big, but Kachi Laboratories set up an internationally accredited laboratory complex that is NAIP certified. In fact, they're coming for audits in the next few weeks. That is world class, where we can partner with you to test your products, certify it, get them ready for NAFDAC registration. We can partner with NAFDAC. I was talking to them there to provide, help them with at least the lab testing and certification of those products to make things easier. And that's what we're saying about collaboration. If we can all come together and work together, we can get a lot done. But staying behind or staying stagnant, as Uzo said, is not an option. Thank you.
Let's clap for all the panelists and for all of us. Thank you very much. I will just round off quickly because of time pressure. Please, can you put the second to the last slide on my, the second to the last slide there. Just put it up. Okay, I borrowed this slide from a presentation made by PwC to CEOs somewhere. He's saying there that, he's saying there that good or bad economy, one day we will all die. The second person said, true, but on all the other days, we will not die. So Martin Luther King said, we must accept finite disappointment about the challenges we are facing, but we must never lose infinite hope. We must never lose infinite hope. So as industry players, we need to be positioned to take advantage of all the opportunities while we are managing the challenges. And this morning, the lead speaker has given us some of the opportunities. And I believe with time, some of those opportunities can be harnessed and Nigeria pharma industry will become bigger. So I want to encourage us that we have said a lot about collaboration. So I want to encourage the NAIP chairman. All of us that are from PMG Man, from Nairofam, from APIN, from IMPIN, and all the various, we all belong to NAIP. Can we set up a high-powered group from all of these groups to begin to discuss these issues, which affect all of us? It affects all of us. And if we build a bigger and a better industry, all of us will enjoy from it. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much.
Next time you stay where you are because we have something to present to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, may I invite BOT Chairman, Prof. Laura, please. We have some plaques for, and then to be joined by the immediate past chairman of NAIP. After this, we'll go to the group photograph.
Please, immediately after this, we are going straight to inaugurate our BOT members. Most of them will be traveling with evening flights, so we cannot delay it any further. Once we finish taking this picture and giving them the applause, we inaugurate the BOT before we now go for our dinner, please. We are sorry for any inconvenience. Please, pardon us.
On behalf of Nigeria Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, we'd like to present this to Kate Issa for your contribution towards this lecture series today. Thank you so much, man. I remember sitting next to you in the last NAIP session. On behalf of NAIP, we'd like to present to a colleague of mine. We have been together since the period he was when he was still in pants. And today is the MD of Maiden Baker. Congratulations, Patrick. Congratulations. Thank you. Next is, I would like to present this to a mentor who is managing a very big indigenous pharmaceutical company, Pharmacists, Mrs. Uzoma Ezeoke, who reminded me about my cuteness this afternoon again. Thank you. Congratulations. Come forward. Okay, they said we should come forward. Let me hold. All right. Thank you. Sorry. That's fine. Thank you. Let's just stay where we are, and then we call the next person. Makes it simpler. Let's call on my boss, the MD of NIMET, CEO of NIMET International, Pharmacist Matthew Azoji. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you want to have that back. So we should stay here. All right. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Then the next is this is one of my mentors in the academic world. Pharmacist Ola Ejimaki, also a director of FITSIN. I was so impressed, yes, because Ejimaki has a distinction in his MBA program in Business School, Netherlands. So it's nice for, so it's actually, Next. Thank you. Okay. My boss, Lulu Ojo, is not here, but he's represented by a bigger boss. So, I'd like to present to Dr. Lulu Ojo, who has clash in appointment. He has some international engagement as we are here. So, thank you. Congratulations. Let all the panelists come together with the lead discussant in the middle. Let's have more discussants. There are about 6 of you, so correct. No, come to the side of the. Okay. No, let the 2 ladies come to the side. No, please. Okay. Yes, is the man at the center. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yes, one person. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Thank you. Now it is time to unveil the Board of Trustees, the new Board of Trustees of the Association of Nigeria, of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria. I'll start by calling out the chairman of the BOT. He is no other person than Professor Lere Baale, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to be followed immediately by the rest members, Pharmacist Biok Rahman, CEO Boraj, fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ikeja FSN, MD Alpha Pharmacy, Pharmacist Kenechukwu Igwagu of Rugal Pharmaceuticals Limited, Pharmacist Sola Solarin, my own big brother, MD Savante, Pharmacist Chinede Ngolia, MD Don Chiza, Healthcare, Dr. Koyo Kamako Koye, MD Juha, Pharmacist Alaji Balame Ekudi, CEO, Afahimta, and Pharmacist Fatima Sanusi Abdullahi, PhD, Lecturer, Faculty of Pharmacy, ABU Zaria. We have only but one not around. Yeah, Francis Ikeja, she's not here. May I request the Chairman of Board of Fellows of PSN, Pharmacist Chief Adagazu, to come forward, and the immediate past Chairman, National Chairman of NAIP, Pharmacists, the only IG amongst us, Pharmacist IG Anuku, to come to inaugurate the new Board of Trustees, members of NAIP. Pharmacist IG Anuku, please. I want to also invite to this side all the representatives of the technical arms of PSN here present, the NAPA, the APIN, the SCPN, the ABS. Dr. Joda is here. Madam, please, your presence this side. I want to also invite a representative from the Indian community. Please come forward to be part of this event. I saw National Secretary of SCPN, Eze. I saw Lagos State PSN Chairman, Pharmacist Bolagade Iola. Okay. I think that's that. So I hand over to the immediate past chairman of NAIP to administer the, is it oath now, whatever it is? No. Oh. Okay, if you're taking picture, you put me now. Thank you. But after their presentation or inauguration, only the BOT members will take their picture. Please, for the records. Thank you.
Okay, the chairman of national chairman of NAIP, chairman of BOT, and members of BOT, we want to administer the oath of office to you and quickly. So it goes I, you say your name, then somewhere else it also say as you will say chairman BOT and others will say member BOT. Okay, so we go. I hereby pledge to serve the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, as of our Board of Trustees. I pledge to abide by the Constitution of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, and protect her interests. In the discharge of my duties, I will serve without fear or favor, and with commitment and fervor. So help me God. Congratulations.
No, well, my advice is to, I wouldn't start with an advice. I will start by congratulating you. It's not easy. And I don't know how they sat down and selected people, good people like you, You see, these NAIP people, they have good eyes. So, just like they brought quality people, I hope they will strive to ensure that all the products coming out from the industry are of good quality as well. Congratulations, I wish you well. I know a few of you very, very well, especially the chairman of the Board of Trustees. Is somebody that is not only reliable and dependable, but somebody who has other qualities that if we were to mention them here, it would take us the whole day. I really appreciate God for all of you, and I wish you well. Please do not fail NAIP. Do not fail the pharmacy profession. Do not fail this country. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. 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 You have a lot of work to do, and you don't have any. I'm sure you need
all right. I was told I needed to give a response on behalf of the Board of Trustees. We know it's a position of trust, and we recognize the fact that our term, we covered the term for about 3 different chairmen. So we are much more interested in the strategic issues. We are not politicians. We are more interested in what we can do to develop NAIP and to take NAIP to the next level within the terms of reference that as stated in the Constitution. On behalf of all the members, one way or the other, I'm related to all of them. I'm related to Alhaji Rahman for many, many years. I'm related to Juhel Pharmacy for many years because I'm also married to a pharmacist. I'm related to Sholari, who have been a colleague in the industry. When I was in Pfizer, it was in Glasgow, and we belong to the same NGO. I've been a friend to Chinedu. I've been a friend to these 2 people from Ahmadu Bello University. So they are classmates to my wife, and so I know them well enough. I've been a friend to you, courtesy of your responsibility and your duty. And so essentially, we believe that we will give the very best to the association. On behalf of all of them, we are committed to support the current chairman and to support subsequent chairman that will emerge after this to get the very best for the industry. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Prof is a friend to everybody, but an enemy to myself. Prof, is that correct? Thank you, sir. Congratulations. You can now... Yeah, it is a lunch time. But before we go for the lunch time, while we were giving awards, Pharmacist Ikeja Nuku was at Ebonyi State doing some work for NAIP. But thankfully, glory to God, he has joined us. So I will quickly call on Pharmacist Ikeja Nuku to be upstanding for a brief citation. Okay, he has asked me, but just stand so we know who you are. Thank you, sir. Pharmacist Ikeja Nuku is here to receive NAIP Distinguished Service Award 2022. His full name is Pharmacist Ignatius Kenechukwu Anuku. He holds a B.Pharm degree, M.Pharm degree. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the immediate past national chairman of NAIP, the COO of Alpha Pharmacy and Stores Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Pharmacist, the only Inspector General amongst us for an award of distinguished service. Thank you. To do that is his own chairman, the Board of Fellows chairman.
Thank you so much, MC. When I saw the only Inspector General walking, I said, what? What happened? You brought us here and you abandoned us. But somebody quickly told me, reminded me that he was on very important outside duties. So you are welcome, sir. On behalf of your own group, the group you've served very faithfully over the years, I wish to present this plaque to you, this award, Distinguished Service Award 2022, on this 6th day of October 2022, on behalf of NAIP. I congratulate you and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
He who laughs last, laughs best. Is that correct? Does that apply here? Congratulations, IG. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. I want to urge that the awardees and the BOT members go for lunch first. So take that from this row. Please go for lunch.
I want to announce that who is the MD of Ikeja? Has he left? Ikeja has just made a donation of 5 million naira to our project. Please, can we thank him? 5 million. Thank you, Ikeja.
Our pulse is still open for more donations for the NAIP House project. Nobody is permitted to leave without lunch, sir. Nobody is permitted to leave without lunch. Nobody is permitted to leave without lunch. We have enough food to go around. Venket, your attention is there here. Mr. Venket. Mr. Venket.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
I think I have malaria.
Malaria?
Yes, doctor. I've been having headache since last night, severe headache, and I'm having cold too. Doctor, please, can you prescribe or give me a drug, malaria medicine that I use to sanama this malaria that I'm having?
But
please, doctor, do something.
Hold on. How do you know it's malaria? You see, there are several illnesses that have similar symptoms to malaria. A headache, body pain, or a fever do not necessarily indicate that it's malaria. It's important that you test before you treat. With the standard Q test kit, you can confirm if these symptoms really mean that you have malaria. Don't be a victim of misdiagnosis. Don't become a malaria addict. It may not be malaria. Test before you treat. Test with standard Q.
Jessic, if you get back pain, muscle pain, I mean joint pain, rub Jessic, put time he go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic. Good time he go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay.
True, Neurogesic, it get power pass pain. Neurogesic, na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, they make am.
Diabetes, jelly and sugar, Simon Sukari, if unchecked, can lead to avoidable complications for the heart, eyes, kidneys, nerves, and even pregnancy. HbA1c testing with Clover A1c can help keep routine tabs on diabetes progression. Clover is fast, accurate, easy to use, and needs just 1 drop of blood. The Clover A1c Analyzer, another quality product from Codex Pharma, improving the health of the nation.
The pandemic has taught us 2 things. 1, what you don't know can kill you. And 2, the person most responsible for your health is not the government or the healthcare system. It is you. That's why so many Nigerians rely on Fintest blood glucose meter to check and monitor blood sugar. Fintest is easy to use and requires no code chips and automatically picks up blood for accurate results in seconds. Diabetes can be managed. For more information, talk to your healthcare provider or call 0700 WinWell. Fintest is available in health stores nationwide and on www.winwell.ng. Fine Test, another quality product from Codex Pharma.